afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special briefing about the ongoing state visit of Honorable Rashtrapati Patiji to Portugal. And for this briefing, I have with me on dais Sri Tanmay Lal, Secretary West, Ministry of External Affairs, Sri Puneet Kundal, Ambassador of India to Portugal, Sri Piyush Srivastav, Additional Secretary, Europe West, and Sri Ajay Singh, Press Secretary to the President of India. Now I request Secretary West to brief the media on the visit. Sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. Honorable Rashtrapati is completing a historic visit to Portugal. The visit is taking place in the year when we mark the 50 years of the re-establishment of our diplomatic relations. This is also the first state visit from India to Portugal after a gap of 27 years. So it's a very, very important and historic visit. Rashtrapati is visiting Portugal at the invitation of President of Portugal, His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. I'm reminded that President de Sousa had visited India in 2020. The state visit of Rashtrapati began with a ceremonial welcome, where she inspected the Guard of Honor and received the ceremonial gun salute, which was accorded to her. The ceremony was hosted in the city square, Praça de Imperio. After that, the two presidents, or President of India, visited the Jerónimos Monastery and paid tribute to the national poet of Portugal, Luís Vaz de Camões. The discussions at the Belém Palace between the two presidents commenced with a tete-a-tete, which was followed by delegation-level talks. The two leaders also jointly released stamps, postage stamps, which commemorate the 50 years of diplomatic relations. And at the end, the two leaders also made press statements. Later in the evening, the President of Portugal hosted a state banquet for our president, which took place in Ajuda Palace. One of the special moments at the state banquet was a music recital by Portuguese artist Hão Kiao, who plays the flute, and he also played the Vaishnav Jante at the state banquet. Rashtrapati also met Prime Minister of Portugal, His Excellency Luís Montenegro. Prime Minister Montenegro and Prime Minister Modi had met last year in Brazil on the sidelines of the G20. The meeting between the President Murmu and Prime Minister Montenegro took place at the Palace São Bento. After that meeting, earlier today, the President also visited the Assembly of Portugal, which is the Parliament, where she held discussions with the Speaker of the Parliament, His Excellency José Pedro Aguiar Branco. The leaders had a tete-a-tete, which was also followed by a delegation-level broader discussions. And the President was also provided a tour of the Assembly Hall. Yesterday, the Mayor of Lisbon City, His Excellency Carlos Moedas, he hosted a special event at the City Council, where the Mayor presented the key of Lisbon to our President. There was, among the among those present were city councillors and also some members of the Indian community. President, in her address, had thanked and thanked the mayor, but also said that she is happy to become Lisboeta, which means resident of Lisbon. Earlier today, President visited the Champalimaud Foundation, which is a cancer care and research and neuroscience research facility. It's a prestigious facility and where there are also Indian researchers working there. She had a tour of the facilities. The president planted a tree in the premises of the Champalimaud Foundation. She planted a camellia tree. Later, she had an interaction with with Indian researchers who are working there. And President of Portugal also joined our president for this visit. One of the interesting features is that the building of the Champalimaud Foundation was designed by Indian architect Charles Correa. After the visit to the Champalimaud Foundation, both the presidents traveled to the place where there are statues of Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba Gandhiji, and both presidents paid floral tributes at the venue. This was followed by a visit to Radha Krishna Temple, where again President D'Souza joined our president during that visit, and both presidents offered prayers in the temple, where they also met members of the Indian community. Shortly afterwards, now, President will meet and address members of the Indian community before the state visit comes to an end. This state visit has been very important as it carries forward the very strong momentum of high-level engagement between India and Portugal. As I mentioned, it's a landmark year, 50 years of our diplomatic relations. President of Portugal accompanied or had several interactions with our president, different engagements, and also accompanied her to various important events. And if I can just recollect, not only the ceremonial aspects of the welcome, the tete-a-tete, the delegation level talks, the joint release of the stamps, and the press statement. He hosted the state banquet and also accompanied our president to the Champalimaud Foundation, the event at the Gandhi statue in the temple. Both the presidents also interacted with almost 60 Indian researchers at the Champalimaud Foundation, where our president took questions from some of the researchers, and later the president of Portugal also addressed the gathering. These number of engagements where both presidents were together shows the high importance attached by both countries and the leadership to this partnership. President also met the Prime Minister, Speaker, and Mayor, and there were several occasions where she could meet members from the Indian community, as I described, including, for example, the special event at the City Council, the Champalimaud Foundation, the visit to the temple, also the state banquet had many guests from the Indian community. And just shortly after this press briefing, President will also be meeting and addressing members of the Indian community. The visit has reinforced our strong partnership, which is based on historical ties, cultural affinities, and the diaspora linkages. And today, the partnership is also strongly growing in several areas, including trade, investment, technology, and talent mobility. Some of the areas, for instance, of our cooperation include renewable energy, digital technology, education and research, and healthcare. The India-Portugal partnership also contributes very strongly to the India-EU strategic partnership, um, and also India's engagement with the Portuguese speaking, the Lusophone group of countries, where now India is an associate member of the CPLP, which is the grouping of the Portuguese-speaking countries. There is also strong ongoing cooperation between India and Portugal in various multilateral fora, especially the United Nations. Uh, During the visit, the Portuguese leadership reiterated their support for the permanent membership of India at the UN Security Council, and the President expressed our deep appreciation and thanked the Portuguese leadership for this reiteration. In her remarks, President thanked not only the President but the other leadership of Portugal and the people of Portugal for this friendship. She engaged the members of the Indian diaspora, and the visit has helped in further strengthening the strong historical ties between India and Portugal, which also contribute to the India-EU partnership and our collaboration at the multilateral level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. The floor is now open for questions. And before you ask question, I would request if you can introduce yourself with your name and your organization's name. Yeah, Jayanti.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. This is Jayanti from DD News. I have two questions. First is, what are the major outcomes from this state visit? And the second is, how do you assess the success of this visit in light of the larger India-EU relationship?
Thank you. Any more questions?
Sir, I'm Abhishek from PTI.
Yeah.
What more activities can we see in this year of 50 years of the establishment of relations between two countries?
Okay, I'll first take the question on the India-EU relationship. The India-Portugal ties and our close collaboration have really contributed to India's engagement with the European Union, and this is not new. It is very long-standing. In fact, going back to the year 2000, Portugal, during their presidency of the European Union, hosted the first ever India-EU summit. Later in 2021, again during the Portuguese presidency, Portugal hosted the first ever summit of the India and EU leaders, which is a unique format. So all the leaders of all EU member countries and our Prime Minister were together at this summit. So in terms of contributing to the strong strategic partnership between India and EU, Portugal has been a very good partner. The relationship, of course, is also very useful because India and EU are currently negotiating a FTA agreement, and we also have a Trade and Technology Council at a ministerial level. So our strategic partnership has really grown and expanded over the last few years, and the India-Portugal close ties contribute very closely, very strongly to this partnership. You would also be aware that the former Prime Minister of Portugal, His Excellency Antonio Costa, he is now the President of the European Council. Prime Minister Costa, when he was the Prime Minister, he had visited India in 2017 and 2019. And as you may be aware, His Excellency Costa is of Indian origin. So there are multiple threads of our partnership between India and Portugal, and this really contributes to the strong India-EU strategic partnership. Among the outcomes of the visit, as I mentioned, it has been a historic visit, coming as it does during the 50 years of our diplomatic relations as we celebrate that. But not only that, it really goes on to, I described to you the various elements of the visit, not only in terms of the formal discussion aspects, but visit to the research foundation, visit the interactions with the Indian community, many other substantive engagements at different levels. So it has really helped to further build upon our existing strong historical, cultural, and diaspora ties, and stressing on our modern partnership in various fields of trade, investment, technology, talent, mobility, and in a number of areas ranging from renewable energy, green hydrogen to some of the other areas like education, healthcare. In terms of activities, I think both sides are already, they have hosted and are planning to host a series of events in India and Portugal in many spheres. Many of these events reflect our strong, long-standing cultural and historical ties. The joint release of the stamp, for instance, shows shows our friendship and ties. In fact, the stamps reflect the stamps released both by the Indian side and the Portuguese side depict traditional dresses worn by the people of both countries, reflecting the cultural similarities. There are many events planned in terms of art, cinema, music, craft, cuisine, many of these areas where films. I think our ambassador has already hosted some events in this regard. Maybe I'll invite him to mention some of the other events that we are planning to host here. And we are focusing on how we can take the ties further at the level of the youth, the innovation, digital technologies, and so on. Maybe you would like to add some of the events in this.
So thank you very much. The decision to celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations was reiterated by both the prime ministers in their meeting on the margins of the G20 in Brazil last year. Subsequently, there have been activities conducted both by the Portuguese embassy in Delhi and by us here. I can share with you that we started our activities with a film festival in the month of January, which was inaugurated by the Foreign Minister Paulo Rangel himself. We are also organizing dance events, especially Indian cultural, Indian traditional dances. We're also doing music events. We plan to host film events all over Portugal, including in the islands of Madeira and perhaps Azores. One of the things that we did was that the book of Fernando Pessoa, called Mensagem, was translated into Hindi. And on the 21st of March, which is the International Writers' Day, we invited the author from India to come and release the book here. It was done at the Camões Institute in cooperation with the government of Portugal. That book has really created a lot of interest, and the book was mentioned yesterday by the Honorable President of Portugal in his speech last evening as well. Fernando, Fernando, Pessoa. And the book is called Mensagem, which means Sandesh in Hindi. message.
Yes.
So that book has really, it's really caught everybody's fancy, because even the president was mentioned it in his speech last evening at the state banquet. Like I said, we also want to do India Days across several cities. End of this month, we'll be hosting an event at the Coimbra University, which will involve a talk on Indian dances, cuisine, and a film show. So we are reaching out not only to cities and municipalities, but also to universities. And the icing on the cake, perhaps, for the 50 years is the visit by Rashtrapati herself, which really helps us to nail the celebrations to celebrate the celebration this year in a befitting manner. Thank you.
As I see no more questions, sir, with your permission, I would like to conclude this special media briefing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. The briefing is over. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this special briefing by Secretary West, Shri Tanmay Lal, on the Honorable Rashtrapatiji's upcoming state visits to Portugal and Slovak Republic, which is beginning on 6th of April. Also joining on the dais are Ms. Pooja Kapoor, Additional Secretary for Central Europe, and Sri Piyush Srivastav, Additional Secretary for Europe West, and Sri Ajay Singh, the Press Secretary to the President. With that, I now invite Secretary West to brief our friends from the media on the visit.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaskar. So I'll be talking about the two very important landmark visits coming up, state visits by President to Portugal and Slovakia. I'll begin by Portugal. This is a historic visit because it comes at a time when we are marking 50 years of the diplomatic relations between our two countries. And it is also 27 years since the last visit by a president from India to Portugal. So it's a very symbolic and landmark visit. The president will be traveling to Portugal at the invitation of His Excellency President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa of Portugal. In fact, President Sousa had visited India in 2020. A year earlier, in 2019, Prime Minister Antonio Costa had visited India. And Prime Minister Modi had visited Portugal in 2017. And also earlier, Prime Minister Costa had visited India in 2017 also. So if we just see last few years, there has been a very, very high-level exchange of visits between India and Portugal, and that shows the degree of high-level engagement that is ongoing between our two countries. Our Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Montenegro, they had also met recently last year in November in Rio de Janeiro at the sidelines of the G20 summit. Also, just a few months back in December, the Foreign Minister of Portugal, His Excellency Paulo Rangel, had visited India. And External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar had visited Portugal in 2023. So it just shows how strong the political engagement and momentum is of the high-level visits, and coming at a time as we mark 50 years of our diplomatic relations. This visit will take this forward, our friendship and partnership forward. Between India and Portugal, there exists very strong goodwill. There is a long-standing historical context to our ties, very, very strong diaspora links, also unique cultural linkages ranging from food to art and architecture, music, language. Another dimension of the India-Portugal relationship is the India-EU partnership. And there again, the India-Portugal relationship adds to the strength of the India-EU relationship. It's worth noting that during the Portuguese presidency of the EU in the year 2000, the first India-EU summit had been hosted by Portugal. And also in 2021, the first ever India-EU Leaders Summit was hosted under Portuguese presidency. So this relationship has an important role in strengthening the strategic partnership between India and EU. One more dimension at the multilateral and regional level is the association with the CPLP, which is the Community of Portuguese-speaking countries, which has 9 members, and India is an associate member in the CPLP. If we look at the business ties, the trade is of the order of US $1.5 billion, and it has been growing steadily. There has been a 50% growth during the last 5 years. A range of areas of cooperation: renewable energy, IT, pharmaceuticals, education, tourism, and defense. And with Portugal, Portugal was also the first country in Europe with whom India had signed a migration and mobility agreement. For the state visit that is upcoming now, the Honorable Rashtrapati Ji will hold delegation level talks with the counterpart, President de Sousa. The President will also host a banquet dinner in her honor. President will meet Prime Minister Luis Montenegro. She will also meet the Speaker of the Parliament of Portugal, Dr. Jose Pedro Aguiar Branco. The Mayor of Lisbon will also host a special event in her honor. President will also meet members of the Indian community in Portugal. And she is likely to meet some Indian researchers from various universities and academic institutions. Now I'll turn to the visit to Slovakia. Again, the state visit of President is a historic visit. It is nearly 3 decades, 29 years to be precise, since the last President visit to Slovakia from India. And this is only the second ever state visit from India to Slovakia. In recent years, there has been a lot of political engagement at a very high level. The foreign ministers of Slovakia have visited India during the last 3 years, 2023, 24, and also this year. The visit also comes 30 years after the establishment of the Indian Embassy in Bratislava, which was done in 1995. Foreign Minister Guraj Blanar had visited India recently, and last year the then Foreign Minister Ratislav Kacer had met External Affairs Minister in Vienna. External Affairs Minister had also traveled to Bratislava a year before in 2023. Slovak Minister of Economy, Karel Hirman, had visited with a business delegation last year. And Foreign Office consultations were also held last year. So with Slovakia also, there is a strong political momentum. At the same time, business engagement is going. There is exchange of business delegations. There is significant Indian investment by Indian companies in Slovakia in a range of sectors, from automobiles to engineering to IT. Slovakian businesses are also investing in India, again, in very diverse fields, manufacturing, steel, IT hardware, railways, and there are also long-standing defense ties. One of the satellites of Slovakia was launched by an Indian rocket, PSLV, in 2017. The trade is of the order of 1.2 billion euros, and investment is of the order of euro 1.7 billion from India into Slovakia. Coming to the elements of the state visit, there will be delegation level talks and meeting with the counterpart between President and the President of Slovakia, Peter Pellegrini. There will also be a meeting with the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Robert Fico. Honorable President will also meet the Speaker of the National Council, which is the Parliament of Slovakia, His Excellency Richard Rasi. The President of Slovakia will host a state banquet in the honor of our President. And she will also meet the Indian community. There is I understand, around 6,000 Indians living and working in Slovakia. The relationship also has close cultural basis, cultural ties. There are strong connections and studies of Sanskrit language in Slovakia. Mahatma Gandhi's works have been translated into Slovak language. In one of the recent episodes of Man Ki Baat, Prime Minister Modi had spoken about the translation of Upanishads into Slovak language. And I may mention that in 2022, during the evacuation of Indian students from Ukraine, Slovakia had extended very valuable help. India-Slovakia relations are also important in the context of India-EU partnership. In fact, Slovakia had joined the EU at the time when India and EU had launched the strategic partnership. So both these state visits are coming at an important time in the individual bilateral partnerships. They are coming after a considerable period, but also at a very, very important moment in our partnerships. And these will provide a very strong push to our ties, both with Portugal and with Slovakia. They also reflect India's increasing engagement with individual countries in Europe. We recently had the successful the visit of College of Commissioners led by the EC President. And we have also seen many other high-level visits between India and European partners. So we are very much looking forward to these two state visits by Honorable President to Portugal and Slovakia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, if there are any questions, floor is open. Siddhant.
Hi, sir. Siddhant from Vion. Sir, in terms of Portugal, its role for India in the European Union, and also will there be a conversation on India-EU FTA, something that both sides plan to conclude by end of this year? And my second question on the diaspora component, how much that will be part of the visit, the focus during the president's visit?
Sir, Krishmohan Sharma from Bharat Express. Is there any business delegation also traveling with the President of India?
Neeraj.
सर नीरज न्यूज 18 इंडिया से दोनों देशों की तारीखें क्या होंगी? 6 अप्रैल से दौरे की शुरुआत होगी, अगर दोनों देशों की अलग अलग तारीखों की बात करें?
Okay, so I'll start with the dates. The days of engagement for Portugal are 7th and 8th of April, and for Slovakia, 9th and 10th April. Uh, There'll be a business component, especially in Slovakia, for which there will be Indian business people also traveling. Uh, on the question regarding the India-EU partnership, as I mentioned, Portugal has always played a very important role in deepening the India-EU partnership. I had mentioned that way back in 2000, during the Portuguese presidency, the first India-EU summit had been hosted by them, and also 2021, the first ever leaders summit between India and EU, where all the leaders from all individual EU partner countries had attended this summit. So the uh, India-Portugal relationship has a very strong India-EU partner element of India-EU partnership. You referred to the possibility of discussion. Yes, the areas of all areas of mutual interest will be discussed. The About the India-EU FTA, as you would remember, during the recent visit of the College of Commissioners, led by the President of EC, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and the President of European Commission, had decided that to direct their teams to finalize the India-EU FTA within this year. So that has been a very clear direction, and the negotiations are ongoing. Both teams are um, taking forward the process very uh, in a very strong manner, and we are very hopeful that uh, the FTA will be finalized soon. The question regarding and as you may know, the trade commissioner from the European Commission side is Mr. Maros, who has been discussing with the Commerce and Industries Minister also they've had meetings, and he's from Slovakia. In terms of diaspora links, we've had, because of our historical links, very close, very strong diaspora links. It is estimated that perhaps 120,000 persons of Indian origin are living in Portugal. And that's a very substantial number for a country which has a population of 10 million. And they have the Indian diaspora has been, active in all sectors in Portugal. So whether all cross sections of public life, ranging from government to diplomacy to politics to business, entrepreneurs, educationists, jurists. So it's a very vibrant community. A very large sections of this community come from they come from all over India, but also in significant numbers from Goa, from Gujarat, from Punjab. So the former Prime Minister of Portugal, His Excellency Antonio Costa, as you know, he is of Indian origin. He is currently the President of the European Council. He is also a recipient of the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman. So all this reflects the very close diaspora links that exist between India and Portugal.
So one more round. Yeah. Rishabh?
Secretary, good evening. Rishabh from Times Now. So, in diplomacy, if president is traveling, there has to be something with the timing of this visit. Is there anything significant about the timing of this visit? If we can have an in-depth knowledge about what is behind the visit, why now, and what are we trying to achieve from this visit?
Jayanti?
Good evening, sir. Sir, what is the engagement that's planned with the Indian diaspora in both Portugal and in Slovakia?
उसके बाद पिछले साल वहाँ के विदेश मंत्री भी आए थे और उन्होंने भी जो हमारे वाणिज्य मंत्री हैं विदेश मंत्री से तमाम मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई थी कुछ चाहे वो डिजिटल इंफ्रा हो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हो तमाम मुद्दों पर सहमतियां बनी थी कुछ तो अभी जो राष्ट्रपति जी का दौरा होने जा रहा है तो उन सहमतियों को क्या कुछ अनुबंध में तब्दील होने की संभावना है कुछ हम एमओयूज और करने जा रहे हैं जो सहमतियां खासतौर पर दिसंबर की विजिट में बनी थी जो उनके विदेश मंत्री आए थे
So about the timing of the visit, yes, of course, as I mentioned, both are very, very significant. If you look at the state visit to Portugal, it comes at a time when we are celebrating 50 years landmark of establishment of our diplomatic relations. And that is a very, very important signal. It also gives a signal how what I mentioned was the series of high-level engagement that have taken place in the last 7 to 8 years. It reflects that the momentum is strongly carried forward. We value our partnership with Portugal, and this visit, which at the president level comes after nearly 27 years, gives a very, very important signal. And it has significance not only in the bilateral context, but also India, EU, and the CPLP and other multilateral contexts. Similarly, for Slovakia, the state visit this is only the second ever visit by a president from India to Slovakia. Slovakia is also an important EU member. The visit comes after nearly 29 years. So it again shows although it builds up on the recent visits by foreign minister level and other ministers level, but coming at a head of state level, it conveys a very, very important signal as to the importance that both countries hold of this partnership. It also, both the countries are, as I mentioned, important EU members. And as we upgrade our partnership even further with the European Union, which was recently evidenced during the visit of the President of European Commission, all these things contribute to each other, and that reflects the timing and the significance of both India-Portugal and India-Slovakia partnership coming at this time. आपने पूछा था पुर्तगाल के जो अभी रिसेंट वार्तालाप हुआ था हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के स्तर पर ब्राज़ील में और कई जो एरियाज़ पर बात हुई थी. अगर हम एरियाज़ ऑफ कोऑपरेशन देखें पुर्तगाल के साथ तो मैंने कुछ का जिक्र भी किया था और वो बहुत ही वाइड रेंजिंग है. सो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से लेके आईटी, एजुकेशन, इनोवेशन, स्टार्टअप्स, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में फॉर एग्जांपल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, टैलेंट मोबिलिटी. पुर्तगाल एक पहला देश था यूरोप में जिसने कि MMPA इंडिया के साथ साइन किया. फार्मास्यूटिकल, पिछले सालों में इतनी हाई लेवल विजिट्स जिनका मैंने जिक्र किया मंत्री लेवल पर बट आल्सो हेड ऑफ स्टेट और हेड ऑफ गवर्नमेंट लेवल पर, तो ये कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस है. इसमें हम दोनों देशों के बिजनेसेस इंक्रीजिंगली एक दूसरे के साथ काम कर रहे हैं और बहुत ही व्यापक तरीके से अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में ये काम चल रहा है. इन्हीं पर ये जो स्टेट विजिट है उसको बढ़ावा देगी और इसको आगे ले जाने में मदद करेगी. Diaspora events, दोनों जगह पर, both in Portugal and Slovakia, President will have occasion to meet the members of Indian community. I am not often sure of the exact numbers in each place, but it would be a very substantive, cross section of the Indian community in both places.
Okay, last question, sir. Siddhant.
So just on the FTA bit, will this visit help fast track the FTA in light of what has happened? I mean, the decisions announced by the US President Donald Trump. So do you think that more political push will come with the president's visit to fast track this FTA in light of the decision?
So there is a very broad understanding and mutual commitment on both sides to understand the value of the FTA. This has been discussed at various level, at the leadership level, both at the India-EU level and also between the leaders of India and individual countries. And while the FTA is negotiated by the European Commission on the EU side, they are also taking direction from the leaders in individual countries. And so we engage with both leadership, EC, and all the other stakeholders to see how this can be taken forward. And in all important conversations, this is one of the conversations. This is one of the areas of discussion. And all such discussions also improve the mutual understanding of the importance of the early finalization of an FTA. Thank you.
With that, we come to the closure of this special media briefing. The visit begins on 6th of April. So I suggest all of you to stay tuned with us for any further update regarding the visit. And I thank you all for being with us.
Good afternoon, friends. I welcome you to this special briefing on Prime Minister's upcoming visit to Thailand and Sri Lanka. We have with us Foreign Secretary Sri Vikram Mishri and Secretary East Sri Jaideep Mazumdar for this briefing. We are also joined by Sri Sugandh Rajaram, Joint Secretary BIMSTEC, Sri Ashish Sinha, Joint Secretary South, and Sri C. Ram Kumar, Director IOR. With that, I first invite Secretary East to give his opening remarks in regard to Prime Minister's visit to Thailand. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randhir, and a very good afternoon to you all. As you know, Prime Minister will visit Thailand to participate in the 6th BIMSTEC Summit and for an official visit to Thailand from the 3rd to the 4th of April. This will be Prime Minister's third visit to Thailand. In November 2019, he had attended the ASEAN and East Asia Summit that was hosted by Thailand. And earlier, he had been to Bangkok en route to Tokyo in November 2016, when he had gone to pay homage to the late King Rama IX. As you know, India and Thailand have historically warm bilateral relations, shared civilizational, cultural, and religious bonds. Thailand is India's maritime neighbor, a valuable partner in our Act East policy and vision for the Indo-Pacific, and also a highly valued partner in BIMSTEC. Our bilateral ties are multifaceted and cover a range of joint cooperation, from defense and security to trade and investment, connectivity, science, technology, innovation, education, space, health, culture, tourism, and people-to-people exchanges. Thailand is the third largest economy in ASEAN and our fourth largest trading partner after Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia in the ASEAN region. Our trade is almost $15 billion, and our exports to Thailand are about 5 billion, and imports from Thailand about almost 10 billion. The last year, at the request of the government of Thailand, India had sent the holy relics of Lord Buddha and two of his main disciples for a 25-day exposition over 5 different cities of Thailand. And this was on from 25th of February to the 9th of March, and around 4 million people paid their obeisance to the relics. The unprecedented success of this exposition is a reaffirmation of our age-old, indelible religious and cultural ties between the two countries. India and Thailand cooperate in ASEAN and the East Asia Summit process, and as I said, in the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, the Mekong Ganga Cooperation, and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. The upcoming visit will present an opportunity to build on the positive momentum in our bilateral ties since the visit of the Prime Minister in 2019. The Prime Minister will hold bilateral meetings with the Prime Minister of Thailand, Ms. Paetongtarn Shinawatra. This will be his second meeting with the Thai Prime Minister. He had earlier met her on the margins of the ASEAN Summit in Vientiane on 11th of October last year. They will review the progress in the entire gamut of bilateral relations and ways to add greater momentum to the India-Thailand bilateral partnership, and also exchange views on the regional and multilateral issues. They will also witness the signing of several bilateral documents. The Prime Minister is also expected to have an audience with His Majesty King Rama X and Her Majesty the Queen of Thailand. In addition to the bilateral component of the visit, Prime Minister will be attending the 6th BIMSTEC Summit in Bangkok. The theme of this summit is BIMSTEC, Prosperous, Resilient, and Open. The summit on the 4th of April is to be preceded by the BIMSTEC Ministerial Conference and also by the senior officials meeting. As is the normal practice, the chair of BIMSTEC will rotate from the current chair, Thailand, to the next chair, which is Bangladesh. As you know, the efforts to develop a regional cooperation platform along the Bay of Bengal began in June 1997 with the establishment of BISTEC, which was a grouping of Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand economic cooperation. With the addition of Myanmar in December that year, and then Nepal and Bhutan in February 2004, this became a grouping of 7 countries. Over the past 27 years of its existence, and especially over the last 10 years, BIMSTEC has been making steady progress towards becoming a permanent, formalized multilateral grouping. The practice of holding summit meetings began in July 2005 in Bangkok, and India hosted the next summit in 2008. In 2014, the BIMSTEC Secretariat was established in Dhaka, and India hosted the BIMSTEC Leaders Retreat alongside the BRICS Summit in Goa in 2016. The summit was held in Kathmandu in 2018, and in 2022, the 5th BIMSTEC Summit was held virtually by the then chair, Sri Lanka. The BIMSTEC Charter was approved, and the reorganization of BIMSTEC activities under 7 pillars was also approved at that summit. At the forthcoming Bangkok Summit, the Bangkok Vision 2030 will be adopted, and the report of the BIMSTEC Eminent Persons Group will also be endorsed to chart the future direction of BIMSTEC. Significant recent development in BIMSTEC has been that the charter has come into force in May last year. This gives the grouping an international personality, lays down its principles and purposes, and also the basic institutional architecture of the grouping. Prime Minister Modi's decision to host the BIMSTEC Leaders Retreat in Goa in 2016 was a signal development for BIMSTEC. The Prime Minister is personally invested in BIMSTEC. He also invited all the BIMSTEC leaders to his inauguration in 2019. Our focus in BIMSTEC is on institution and capacity building, strengthening security, including maritime and cyber security, climate security, including disaster preparedness, food and human security, and increased connectivity, which is trade, energy, transport, digital, and people to people, which are our priority areas. We lead the security pillar of the cooperation, and its focus is on establishing strong legal frameworks to combat terrorism, transnational crimes, and prevent violent extremism in the region. And at the same time, establishing cooperative mechanisms that will facilitate close cooperation among security and law enforcement agencies. It is The BIMSTEC region is prone to extreme weather events and natural disasters. Its relevance can be seen from today in the devastating earthquake in Myanmar and Thailand. Uh, Collaboration in disaster management and between our disaster management authorities through HADR exercises has been a priority area for India. India hosts the regular BIMSTEC disaster management exercises and collaboration activities involving advanced weather forecasting. We also host the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate. Energy security and energy connectivity for the region is also our priority. We host the Energy Center in Bengaluru. The center coordinates the work towards creating BIMSTEC regional grid interconnection in line with Prime Minister's One World, One Sun, One Grid vision. India has been taking several initiatives in BIMSTEC, and during this summit, you will see a large number of them being rolled out as well. A number of agreements and declarations are likely to be concluded at the summit. I might also add that the present Secretary General of BIMSTEC is an Indian, Ambassador Indramani Pandey, a very distinguished Indian Foreign Service officer who took over as SG last year. I thank you.
I now invite Foreign Secretary, sir, to brief us on the Sri Lanka leg of Prime Minister's visit.
Sir. Thank you, Randir. Following the BIMSTEC summit in Bangkok, Prime Minister will travel to Sri Lanka from 4th to 6th April for a state visit on the invitation of President Anura Kumara Dissanayake of Sri Lanka. You would all recall that President Dissanayake had visited New Delhi in December of 2024 on his first overseas visit after taking office as president. And now Prime Minister Modi is returning this visit by becoming the first foreign leader to be hosted by President Dissanayake in his capacity as president of Sri Lanka. These visits, coming as they do in close succession, reflect the importance that both countries, India and Sri Lanka, attach to their bilateral relations. This will also be Prime Minister's fourth visit to Sri Lanka during his tenure in office. He last visited Sri Lanka in 2019, as you might recall. That was on as a mark of solidarity after the Easter Sunday terrorist attacks in Colombo. The India-Sri Lanka relationship is one that is rooted in deep civilizational links based on shared ties of history, religion, culture, and strong people-to-people ties, as well as in the modern era, very close economic, cultural, and technical partnership. Sri Lanka is an integral part of our neighborhood first policy, and the relationship, based as it is on mutual trust and goodwill, has stood the test of time. India has come to the assistance of Sri Lanka at critical moments, most recently during the unprecedented economic crisis that Sri Lanka faced in 2022. And India was glad to be able to play a key role in the economic stabilization and recovery of Sri Lanka, thereby
demonstrating its dependence, its commitment as a dependable neighbor to Sri Lanka, and indeed as a first responder to any crisis in the region. This visit, therefore, also comes in the context of a recovering Sri Lankan economy. And as Sri Lanka resumes its growth path, the visit is coming at an opportune moment for giving the two countries an opportunity to explore new areas of partnership and cooperation. You would also recall the joint statement that was adopted on the occasion of President Dissanayke's visit in December 2024, where there was a commitment to explore the complementarities in the two economies for mutual benefit. And taking that forward, this visit too will focus on promoting investments and deepening connectivity, physical connectivity, digital connectivity, energy connectivity, and in various other domains. Insofar as the elements of the visit are concerned, the Prime Minister will arrive in Colombo on the evening of the 4th of April. There will be a ceremonial welcome there. And the following day, the 5th of April, will be the main day of engagements in Colombo. Prime Minister and President will hold official discussions. They will together dedicate several projects that are being built with Indian assistance in Sri Lanka. And we'll also witness the exchange of several MOUs pertaining to, as I said, energy connectivity, digitization, defense, health, and multi-sectoral grant assistance. The two leaders will also witness the virtual groundbreaking of the Sampur solar energy project. This is in many senses going to be a milestone in the bilateral partnership. The Prime Minister will meet with other political leaders in Sri Lanka during his stay in Colombo, and the President will also host a state banquet in his honor. The following day, on April 6, President Dissanayake and Prime Minister will travel together to the historic city of Anuradhapura. They will pay their respects at the Jayashri Mahabodhi temple there. As you would all be aware, this temple holds a rather special significance in the India-Sri Lanka civilizational partnership, because it is here at this temple that a sapling from the Bodhi tree was brought by Theri Sangamitta, the daughter of Emperor Ashoka, from India, and was planted there in the precincts of the temple. During the visit to Anuradhapura, the two leaders will also inaugurate two India-assisted projects in Anuradhapura, and the Prime Minister will leave for home later on the 6th of April. These are just some elements of the visit. We will have more details to update you on the exact understandings and agreements that are signed during the visit. Let me stop there, answer any questions if you have.
Jessica?
Thank you, sir. This is Jessica Taneja for DD India. Question to you, Secretary, first on the BIMSTEC summit that we're talking about. It also aligns with our India's Act East policy, as you mentioned, and in the last decade, we've seen the initiatives that have been undertaken, particularly when we talk about transport linkages and connectivity. There was a discussion on member states adopting a master plan for transport connectivity. There was an agreement on maritime transport cooperation, and also motor vehicle agreement to facilitate road travel across the region. So a lot of these initiatives have been undertaken. How do we see India's role in this when it comes to India's Act East policy, and also more importance on the BIMSTEC summit? Can I add my question on Sri Lanka as well, sir? Or will that be later?
Short, please.
Okay, keep it short. On Sri Lanka, sir, as we have been a development partner for a very long time and provided assistance many times before when it comes to Sri Lanka's economic growth. this visit, as you said, would also add to the development partnership in various other sectors. Could you tell us particularly what in the energy sector are we looking at?
Pranay?
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर उजाला से मेरा सवाल सबसे पहले तो जो भूकंप आया है थाईलैंड और म्यांमार के अंदर तो बिम्स्टेक के आयोजन को लेकर क्या किसी तरीके की कोई आशंका है अगर कोई हमारा संवाद हुआ है थाईलैंड सरकार के साथ तो बताइएगा दूसरा जैसे ने जो सवाल पूछा कनेक्टिविटी प्रोजेक्ट्स के का अपडेट इस समय क्या है बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स को लेकर पूरा एक फ्रेमवर्क तैयार किया गया था एडीबी के साथ भी उसका सहयोग हुआ था लेकिन इस प्रोजेक्ट का अपडेट क्या है क्योंकि म्यांमार के अंदर भी पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी हुई है श्रीलंका के अंदर इसके साथ ही बांग्लादेश के अंदर भी राजनीतिक अस्थिरता हुई है तो उसके बारे में भी अगर आप बता सकें और साथ ही तीसरा एक छोटा सा सवाल कि क्या श्रीलंका के चीफ एडवाइजर के साथ मुलाकात तय हुई है प्रधानमंत्री बांग्लादेश के
Yeshi. Yeshi.
This is Yeshi Seli from Business India. I want to know, this is addressed to Foreign Secretary, whether Prime Minister Modi, when he goes to Sri Lanka, will a business delegation accompany him? Because there's been a lot of talk of late, especially the former Sri Lankan president has been talking about Sri Lanka suggesting that Sri Lanka take interest in investment from Indian companies like Adani. So, any comments on that?
Siddhant?
So Siddharth from Beyond. Sir, in terms of Sri Lanka, how much focus will be on debt restructuring talks because India was the first country to provide the support? And my second question, not directly related to BIMSTEC, but also related to it because when it comes to the earthquake in Thailand and Myanmar, the Prime Minister has just said that India is willing to offer the support. So any conversation, any plans underway, India being the first responder to send relief?
Sridhar?
So Sridhar from the Asian Age and Technical Chronicle. Just wanted to check, you mentioned this disaster relief mechanism of BIMSTEC. Has it been activated following the earthquake in Myanmar and the effects in Thailand as well? And what is being done? And also another question, you mentioned that Bangladesh would be the next chair of BIMSTEC. So how do you see the prospects of BIMSTEC moving forward? Because ties between India and Bangladesh have not been really very good in the last few months. So that's my question. So thank you so much.
So we can take these questions first.
Since there were several questions on connectivity, let me address that first. Yes, I think India is very strongly committed to increasing connectivity within BIMSTEC because a lot of the things that we want to do in terms of regional integration are tied up with connectivity. Firstly, on the adoption of the connectivity blueprint for the region, this has been adopted. Now we are discussing about its implementation. So the connectivity blueprint has been adopted and we are discussing its implementation. We are going to be signing the maritime transport agreement between the BIMSTEC countries at this summit, which will be a big step forward. And as far as the motor vehicles agreement is concerned, the discussions have commenced on this. Now, regarding the earthquake, etc., and its impact on the summit, I will just say that we are in touch with the authorities in Bangkok on this. There's nothing at the moment to indicate either way whether it is going to have any effect on the summit. As far as relief is concerned, I will cede to Foreign Secretary on that subject. Regarding the disaster relief mechanism, it is not really a mechanism. It is a capacity building at the moment. So we undertake disaster relief exercises. So these are extremely useful for interoperability within countries. So because of the exchanges we have had on this among BIMSTEC countries, we are able to plan and execute disaster relief operations much better because there's far better understanding between the disaster management authorities of different countries. So this will no doubt have a big impact on as we go forward in addressing this particular disaster. As far as chairmanship of BIMSTEC is concerned, I think all the 7 countries of BIMSTEC are equally committed to integration and regional cooperation. And that is obvious from the kind of responses we get in terms of, say, the different pillars of cooperation that we have. So going forward, we are very optimistic that BIMSTEC will be a model regional cooperation mechanism. Over to you.
Thanks. So just to take forward the part of the question related to the aftermath of the terrible earthquake that has struck today in Myanmar and Thailand. Insofar as relief and assistance is concerned, we are currently analyzing the reports related to damage primarily in Myanmar. We are in touch with the official authorities in Myanmar and are also looking at the exact requirements in terms of the assistance and relief material that might be required. You're aware that India has always been a first responder, especially in its neighborhood, whenever these kinds of natural disasters have taken place. I would imagine that by later today, we'll have a further update on the responses that we will be mounting with regard to this particular situation. So we'll come back on that particular issue. With regard to, Jessica, your question on the energy sector, I mentioned in my remarks that the leaders will witness the groundbreaking of the Sampur solar energy project. This is a project that has been in the works for some time. It's gone through an evolution as well, but it will be a major milestone in the bilateral partnership between the two countries. In addition to that, as you are aware, India does play a role in energy security in Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan subsidiary of the Indian Oil Corporation, the Lanka IOC, has a significant presence in Sri Lanka in terms of supply of energy products in the country. And they are involved in discussions in a number of other areas. We hope to see progress during this visit on that. We are also looking at other areas to develop certain projects in Sri Lanka that might function as energy hubs, where a variety of energy-related issues or energy-related projects could be taken up. All of these are in various stages of discussion. As I said, by the time the visit concludes, we'll be able to give you an update on how cooperation is proceeding in this area. प्रणय, जहाँ तक बिम्स्टेक समिट पे कोई असर पड़ने की आशंका है, उसके बारे में सेक्रेटरी ईस्ट ने पहले ही उत्तर दे दिया है। और जहाँ तक वहाँ पे बैंकॉक में और जो वहाँ पे लीडर्स आएंगे, उनके साथ मुलाकात होगी या नहीं, ये इन सभी सवालों पे अभी गौर चल रहा है और जल्द से जल्द आपको उसके बारे में सूचना देने की कोशिश करेंगे। To Yashi's question on a business delegation, I am not aware. There is no business delegation with regard to this particular visit, but of course, there's very close cooperation in the commercial sector between the two countries. On Siddhant's question related to debt restructuring, as you're aware, India was, in a sense, the first responder here too, by extending nearly $4.5 billion of assistance in 2022 and 23. And we also played a key role in extending the necessary financial assurances that then enabled the International Monetary Fund to extend the extended fund facility to Myanmar. We also played a very important role as co-chair of the Official Creditors Committee and have been working together now with Sri Lanka also in finalizing the debt restructuring agreements. Some agreements have already been signed, but we are in the final stages of concluding some other agreements. They are likely to be concluded very soon. You'll hear about them during the course of the visit.
Divya.
So Divya from the Indian Express. With respect to Sri Lanka, there has been a lot of concern from the southern states on the issue of fishermen and their livelihoods. As per government data, more than 500 fishermen were arrested last year. Is there going to be some discussion on that and, an effort to seek some long-term solution to the long-standing problem?
Kalol?
The Myanmar crisis featured in the discussion between Muhammad Yunus and the Chinese leadership. I just wanted to have an understanding if you thought about the ongoing visit of Muhammad Yunus in China, where among many other things, Bangladesh has welcomed Chinese participation in the Tista project.
Rishabh?
Foreign Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. So, since Prime Minister is heading for BIMSTEC, we have seen what happened in Myanmar and Thailand today in the aftermath of earthquake. In Nepal also, there have been reports of clashes between the pro-monarchy groups and the security forces. India has been time and again accused of supporting the pro-monarchy, groups. Will there be a discussion between the leaders of India and Nepal on this? And amid the situation right now in Myanmar, Thailand, and Nepal, how hopeful is India to have a successful BIMSTEC summit?
One last question. Sahil?
Sir, I'm Sahil from ENI News Agency. Foreign Secretary mentioned that Prime Minister Modi will be discussing defense and security issues with Sri Lanka. What will be the focus areas, and can you get any collaboration we can expect in future as well? Thank you.
Well, on the fishermen issue, look, this is something that's a long-standing issue. It's also something whose origin lies in certain arrangements that were arrived at many years ago in the mid-70s, when the international maritime boundary line between India and Sri Lanka was agreed by the then authorities, both at the central and the state level. And there were formal agreements that were signed with regard to respective rights in this particular area. Since then, of course, on grounds of alleged crossing of this line by fishermen from our side, there are arrests on the Sri Lankan side, and then a process has to be gone through. We have throughout been in very close contact with Sri Lankan authorities at all levels, and in practically every meeting with Sri Lanka, this issue is taken up very, very forcefully by our side. And our central message has always been that these are issues related to, these are issues that should really be seen from the humanitarians and the livelihood concerns lens. There are agreements that have been arrived at from time to time between Indian and Sri Lankan authorities on how to handle this issue. There's a formal mechanism as well of a joint working group on fisheries between the two sides. I think the most recent meeting was held in October last year. There is also a mechanism for fishermen's associations from the two sides to work. Our effort is to continue to resolve these issues, find mutual agreement on these issues. And of course, our mission in Colombo and our consulate in Jaffna remain very closely involved with these issues. Anytime there are people who are affected, we extend legal as well as other kinds of assistance to them. Sometimes there is medical assistance that is required. And we also facilitate the repatriation as early as possible of released fishermen from Sri Lanka to India. One other thing that we have always focused on with regard to this issue in our discussions with Sri Lanka is the need to avoid the use of force under all circumstances. And therefore, we feel that both sides understand the need to continue our ongoing dialogue, our constructive engagement to eventually achieve long-lasting and mutually acceptable solutions to the issue. I have no doubt that the Prime Minister will raise issues related to the welfare of our fishermen during his meeting with the Sri Lankan president. With regard to these questions related to discussions that have taken place in a third country between leaders, I really don't have any comments to offer at this stage. And insofar as comments related to a particular agreement, etc., are concerned, I am not sure if this is a new agreement. I can get back to you on that, but I really don't have too many comments to offer on that. Similarly, to Rishabh's question, not the subject of this briefing, but in any case, something that is an internal matter of another country. So I would again prefer not to comment on that. Sahil, your question on defense and security with regard to Sri Lanka, if I am not mistaken, we are working on an update of an existing agreement on defense cooperation with Sri Lanka. And we very much hope that that can be concluded during this particular visit. I think there was a question about BIMSTEC, which you might want to address on the success of the BIMSTEC summit.
Well, as I actually have answered that question before, so basically, no, not at all. So basically, my point was that all the 7 countries in BIMSTEC are committed to the success of BIMSTEC, and therefore we do not see any problems in carrying the agenda of BIMSTEC forward. That's all I will say at this time.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your presence. Good afternoon, friends. Let's begin the session. I open the floor for questions. So we start from here.
So good afternoon, this is Jugal Purohit here from the BBC. Mr. Badar Khan Suri, a PhD fellow at Georgetown University, was arrested on outside his house on Monday night. He's an Indian national, said to have, according to the official release from that side, known to be connected with a senior advisor to Hamas. Another Indian student, Ranjani Srinivasan, accused of supporting Hamas. Her visa was cancelled. Would like to understand, sir, if the Indian government has gotten information about it, has taken up this issue with the Americans. And the second issue, sir, is there a likelihood of Prime Minister Modi meeting the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh, Mr. Professor Yunus, on the sidelines of the BIMSTEC summit? Thank you.
Neeraj?
सर नीरज और न्यूज 18 इंडिया से अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने टैरिफ के मसले पर एक बार फिर दोहराया है कि 2 अप्रैल से रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ लागू करेंगे। सवाल यह है कि जो बातचीत अमेरिका के साथ चल रही है वो कहां तक पहुंची है और कहां-कहां सहमति बन पाई।
Sahil?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sahil from ENI News Agency. Pune's Deputy Foreign Minister has credited Prime Minister Modi for persuading Russian President Vladimir Putin not to use the tactical nuclear weapon during the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. Any comments on that, or do we have any details regarding
Siddhant?
Sir, EM made a remark last week on Kashmir and the UN, and then we saw the reaction by the Pakistani side they said that India went to the UNSC first. So, what's the Indian reaction on the Pakistani reaction on the comments?
Keshav.
So, good evening, Keshav Padmanabhan from the print. About 2 days ago, the European Commission released a white paper which said that in terms of defense purchases, only EU and certain countries are they looking for suppliers, but India is a potential given that we signed a security and defense partnership, which was also announced during President von der Leyen's visit last month. So, can you give us any status on whether this is being negotiated, whether this is being seriously considered, at what stage? Whatever you can say on this matter, given that this could potentially allow India to export weapons to the EU. Thank you.
Okay, let's start first with Jugal, your question regarding Indian student. We are given to understand through media reports that this particular individual, he has been detained. Neither the US government nor this individual has approached us or the embassy. So this is what we understand. The other student you talked about, see, we have spoken on this issue on several occasions in the past, that when it comes to visa and immigration policy, it is something that lies within the sovereign functions of a country. We, on our side, we expect that when we have foreign nationals coming to India, they abide by our laws and regulations. And similarly, it is our expectation that when Indian nationals are abroad, they must also comply with local laws and regulations. On the meeting that you asked, bilateral meeting, I don't have any update to share at this point in time. नीरज, आपका सवाल टैरिफ को लेके है. टैरिफ के मामले में जो हमने अपडेट पिछले प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिया था, मोटा मोटा वहीं पर हम लोग की स्थिति बनी हुई है. लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि दोनों भारत और अमेरिका बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को आगे ले जाने में की बातचीत कर रहे हैं. दोनों सरकार एक जो फ्रेमवर्क होता है बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का, इस पे बातचीत करने के लिए कदम बढ़ा रही है. और आपको पता होगा कि इस संदर्भ में हमारे वाणिज्य मंत्री अमेरिका के दौरा पे भी थे 3 से 7 मार्च 2025 को, और वहाँ पर जो उनके कॉमर्स सेक्रेटरी हैं उनसे मुलाकात हुई और अमेरिका के जो ट्रेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है उनसे मुलाकात हुई. उसके अलावे भारत सरकार अमेरिकी सरकार से कई एक लेवल पे, टेक्निकल लेवल पे इस मसले पर बातचीत कर रही है ताकि दोनों देशों के बीच में एक मल्टी सेक्टर बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का समझौता हो. तो आगे से मैं अंग्रेजी वालों को पहले पूछ लूंगा तो आसान हो जाएगा. India and the US are in the process of taking bilateral trade negotiations forward. The two governments are actively working to build a framework for the BTA, which would aim to expand trade, enhance market access, reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers, and deepen supply chain integration. In this endeavor, as I told you, our Commerce and Industry Minister had visited the United States from 3rd to 7th of March, where he met with US Commerce Secretary as also US Trade Representative. Government of India remains engaged with the US administration at various levels to arrive at a mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement. So this is what I have to convey to you in response to your question. Sahil, on your question regarding the comments made by the Polish foreign minister, see, our position on Ukraine-Russia conflict is well known and understood as well. We have always advocated sincere and practical engagement between the two parties and other stakeholders and key stakeholders through dialogue and diplomacy to arrive or to find a lasting resolution of the conflict. Our conversations with the two parties to the conflict, as well as with other stakeholders, have been in keeping with this larger approach. Siddhant, your question regarding um, External Affairs Minister's comments and thereafter what the Pakistani side has put out. We also had made a statement 2 days back. If you look at the statement, you will get the answer to your question. In that particular statement, we had, among other things, mentioned that the world clearly knows that the real issue is Pakistan's active promotion and sponsorship of cross-border terrorism. In fact, this is the biggest roadblock to peace and security in the region. Issue on European Union, we had a wonderful visit by the President of the European Union to India. Defense is an important area of collaboration with the European Union for us, and this partnership is expanding. On our side, we want to give boost to our defense exports, and we hope that we'll be able to do more on this account with European Union and with countries in Europe as well. Huma?
I have two questions. One related to the women's right in Afghanistan. So does India recognize what Taliban is doing for the towards the women, not letting them talk and not letting them being heard? And my second question is that the foreign minister of Peru was here in India and he talked about the FTA. So any lead by when will that FTA be signed?
Okay. संतोष?
सर नमस्कार, मैं संतोष ठाकुर नवादा से। मेरे सर दो सवाल हैं। एक तो कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा कब से शुरू होगी सर, उसके लिए क्या प्रक्रिया अभी तक शुरू हुई है या क्या उस पर प्रगति है? और दूसरा सर, जो टैरिफ के बैकड्रॉप में भारत और चाइना के बीच में ये नए दोस्ताना संबंध कायम हो रहे हैं, उसमें वो क्या रियायतें मांग रहे हैं और हम क्या देख रहे हैं? थैंक यू।
Ishi?
Hi, this is Yeshi Seli from Business India. The recently concluded Raisina dialogue had no participation from China, but yet we talk about some kind of a talk between India and China. What's the reason why none of them are invited ever?
Okay. Sudhi?
Thank you, sir. Shudhi Ranjan from Bloomberg. So on the issue of tariff, can you give us an understanding whether India has been able to reach any kind of a settlement understanding with the United States on the reciprocal tariffs that are likely to hit India on April 2nd, a week away from now?
Anas?
Manas from PTI. Just a clarification. In fact, are we expecting any kind of waiver from the reciprocal tariff as we are having discussions with the US government at multiple levels? That's what you said. So, and if not, then what would be the kind of how we will react to it? And second question is a very short question. According to source-based reports, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh requested the DNI, US DNI, during his meeting with her to just declare SFJ as a terrorist entity. So can you confirm and just in other terms?
Okay, so first we come to Huma, your question. See, on the women's rights issues, our position is very well known when it comes to such issues. So I would refer to you, to our earlier remarks on this particular subject. In regard to FTA with Peru, I understand that these negotiations were launched some time back, if I am not mistaken, in 2017. And since then, we've had 7 rounds of negotiations. The two sides have been in touch recent times. They have engaged, and there is the likelihood of resuming these talks soon. The 8th round of negotiations will happen, and for those dates are being worked out between the two sides. So it looks, the process looks positive. संतोष, कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा के बारे में सहमति बनी है कि 2025 में कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा की शुरुआत होगी, लेकिन किस प्रकार से शुरुआत होगी, इसकी मोडालिटीज़ क्या होंगे, इस पे बातचीत होनी है, इस पे बातचीत चल रही है। टैरिफ को लेके जो आपने बात कही, टैरिफ ये अमेरिका और भारत के बीच है, अमेरिका और चीन के बीच है? ओके, सो चीन के साथ हमारी बातचीत कई एक सिरे से चल रही है और उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे बातचीत चल रही है। मेरे संज्ञान में नहीं है कि ये जो ग्रैनुलर डिटेल्स की बात आपने कही कि किस किस चीज़ों पे रियायत देने की बात है, ये जब इस पे मेरे पास अपडेट होगा मैं आपसे साझा करूँगा। Yeshi, see, on India-China talks, since we had the meeting between the President of China and Prime Minister in Kazan, since then we've had engagement, constructive engagement at the level of External Affairs Minister, at the level of NSA, and Foreign Secretary also traveled to China in January, where he met his counterpart. Subsequent to Foreign Secretary's travel, you also must have, I gave you a readout on what External Affairs Minister, what he discussed with his Chinese counterpart in on the sidelines of G20 in Johannesburg. So conversation and dialogue have been going on, and they have been moving forward in the right direction. Several in principle approvals or in principle understanding has been reached, and hopefully these will go forward in the days ahead. Shruti and Manas, your questions regarding tariff, I have already given you what I had to. Beyond that, I don't have anything else to share. I would like to tell you that these talks, both sides are in conversation, and hopefully will come to some sort of understanding. Sorry? I gave you, our approach to how we are talking to the United States on the bilateral trade agreement. And within the scope of the bilateral trade agreement, there is understanding that both countries will aim to expand trade, as I told you, enhance market access, reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers, and deepen supply chain integration. So you'll have to wait for, for these talks to come to a closure. The other question was regarding Tulsi Gabbard's meeting with Raksha Mantri. She met with Raksha Mantri and they discussed security and defense cooperation. She also met with External Affairs Minister and National Security Advisor. During her meetings with her interlocutors in India, on our side, we conveyed our concerns regarding anti-India elements, anti-India activities of secessionist elements in Washington, and it is our expectation that the US side will take appropriate action in this regard. Okay, can we go ahead? Siddhant?
Hi, sir. I'm Siddhant from CNN News 80. Sir, I want you to define India-Canada relations right now, given there has been a positive signaling from Canadian side. In fact, there are reports which say that the CSIS chief was in India for the Intel meet on the sidelines of Raisina dialogue. Thank you.
Kalol?
Kalol from the Hindu. So Ranjini Srinivasan is an Indian citizen, and she is facing difficulties, as we all know, and she is taken refuge in Canada. In her interview to us, she has said that she is seeking help from the Indian government and also seeking help to get her tenure renewed in Columbia University and also other visa-related difficulties. Is there a way that the government of India would be in a position to help? And secondly, does the government of India recognize Hamas as a terror organization?
नीरज
सर नमस्कार, मैं नीरज दुबे प्रभा साक्षी से। सर दिल्ली में जो पाकिस्तानी उच्चायोग है उसने कल अपने राष्ट्रीय दिवस पर एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया और ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स हैं कि उसमें कोई भारतीय अधिकारी मौजूद नहीं था। मेरा सवाल ये है कि क्या पाकिस्तान ने कोई निमंत्रण दिया था भारतीय अधिकारियों को वहाँ पर आने का?
Okay, Rishikesh and then.
Sir, Rishikesh from PDI say, there are reports indicating that Indians are facing strict, intense scrutiny in the US where they have H1 visa or any other kind of visa. So, is government aware about this? And a related question: have you started collecting data regarding this? That how many Indians are facing such scrutiny, or US law agencies are inquiring about this?
William.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm William from the Central News Agency of Taiwan. I would love to ask you about this recent dialogue. There's a top official from Taiwan have an opening speech in a dialogue. Do you think it's a big step for relationship between Taiwan and India? And also, can you give me some opinions about what do you think we can in different in Taiwan and India government can do together for the defense in the global south?
Okay. Siddhant, first question regarding Canada. The downturn in India-Canada relations was caused by the license that was given to the extremist and secessionist elements in that country. Our hope is that we can rebuild our ties based on mutual trust and sensitivity. Kalol, regarding Ranjani Srinivasan, we are not aware of her getting in touch with our consulate or our embassy for any help. We only came to know of her departure from the United States through media reports. And through the media reports, we understand that she has gone to Canada. On the other question regarding Hamas, our position on Hamas is well known to you. So I would reiterate once again our position. Neeraj, पाकिस्तान हाई कमीशन में उन्होंने नवरोज़ का त्यौहार मनाया। उसमें क्या उन्होंने हम किसी को बुलाया, इसके बारे में मुझे अभी पुख्ता से जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं इस मुद्दे पे आपको अपडेट करूंगा। और जहाँ तक निमंत्रण का सवाल होता है, निमंत्रण तो रिश्तों पे निर्भर करता है ना? निमंत्रण का आदर करते हैं, निमंत्रण का स्वीकार करना तो रिश्तों पे निर्भर करता है। और मैं आपसे ये भी कहूँगा कि जो हमने 2 दिन पहले एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया है, उस स्टेटमेंट को अगर पैनी नज़र से देख लीजिए, आपको आपके जितने सवाल आपने किए हैं ना, सबका जवाब भी मिल जाएगा। Rishikesh, Indian students, देखिए, we have a large number of Indian students in the United States, and this number is also growing. Knowledge partnership and participation of our students, or enrollment of our students in universities in the United States, and the expansion of knowledge partnership is an important element in our relationship, and we want to foster these ties further. Now, as to how many students are facing any problem, etc., if there is an Indian student who's facing a problem, the consulate or the embassy is there to help them with their well-being, with their safety, and we would continue. If there is any Indian student who would like a helping hand, our consulate and our government, the embassy, is there to help them out. On the issue of visa and migration policy, I told you what I had to say earlier, that it is our expectation that when our Indian nationals go abroad, they must also abide by local laws and regulations. William, we had large number of stakeholders participating in the Raisina Dialogue 2025. I remember, if my memory serves me right, over 3,500 guests, both from India and abroad, participated, and it was a successful dialogue. We want to strengthen with all the stakeholders who came. We want to strengthen our conversation, and we also want to strengthen our relationship in every which way with all of them. And we have more questions. We have a question there. Yes.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. Alexander, Российская газета. Sorry, as you may know, Foreign Minister Lavrov of Russia celebrates his 75th birthday today. Given the well-known personal chemistry between Foreign Minister Lavrov and Foreign Minister Jaishankar, I was wondering, has Mr. Jaishankar reached out to Foreign Minister Lavrov privately or publicly? Thank you.
Okay. Reza.
Reza from Hindustan Times. Zakir Naik, who is a fugitive from Indian justice, he has resurfaced in Pakistan again and has been meeting leading figures of the ruling party of Pakistan. How does India look at this, given that we want him back in India to face justice?
Please.
So Ranjana from UNI. So the New Zealand Prime Minister was here, Christopher Luxon. So Prime Minister Modi during the talks asked him to take care, like he raised the topic of anti-India elements in New Zealand, and he said that the New Zealand side has given assurance that they will tackle that. But in his comments to Prime Minister Luxon, in his comments to the New Zealand accompanying media, he said that he wasn't aware of Khalistan elements doing anything anti-national, and he couldn't give say anything about any assurance given. So, what was the kind of assurance that he gave to the Indian Prime Minister? Thank you.
Shiva.
Hi, sir. मैं शिवम हूँ Reuters News से. I have a question on US-India trade talks. क्या ब्रेंडन लिंच जो असिस्टेंट US ट्रेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं वो इंडिया आ रहे हैं next week for any trade talks? Just wanted confirmation on that.
With
talks on India New Zealand FTA talks, is there a deadline, is there a timeline that India and New Zealand are following?
What do you have, Huma?
Sir, though you have already responded yesterday, I still want to understand what is India's position on Israel's attack in Gaza and across Middle East.
Okay, Alexander, well, we wish very happy birthday to Foreign Minister Lavrov, and whether there has been any exchange between External Affairs Minister or Foreign Minister Lavrov, I'm not aware, but I'll surely check. But all our good wishes are with him. Reza, regarding Zakir Naik, this is not the first time that he's been feted in Pakistan, and obviously it shows the kind of approach his hosts have, and what it means for us, and what it means in terms of giving so much of support to a person who's wanted here. Ranjana, we, during the visit of Prime Minister of New Zealand, we had extensive talks between both prime ministers. If you were to look at the press statement that our prime minister made, It was very clear that we conveyed our concerns on anti-India activities of elements in New Zealand, and it is our hope that we'll receive support from the New Zealand side in tackling these issues, which are of concern to us. Shivam, on trade talks, I guess you walked into the room a little late, but I've already spoken and given you how the government of India is approaching these talks, and there are there are contacts at several levels within the government. So I'm not very sure about the visit of this particular official, but I shall give you an update on that. But contacts and conversations are happening. On Sumita, on FTA, India, New Zealand, well, the commitment from both sides is very strong. And you would have heard both leaders spoke about the free trade agreement. Both leaders talked about the high commitment on their side to conclude the FTA as soon as possible. So we are hopeful that this commitment will come to a logical conclusion soon. Huma, on your question, I would only refer to you the statement that we have issued. Um, I do have a copy of it here. So I would refer you to it, but I would nonetheless repeat what we have said, what we have put out. We are concerned at the situation in Gaza. It is important that all hostages are released. We also call for supply of humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza to be sustained. Sorry? Okay. Kalol.
I mean, more than 140 children were killed in the latest bombing. Out of those 400, a lot of talks are being done all over the world. Um, why isn't there an Indian statement on that particular thing? Because it's really a bad humanitarian situation, isn't it?
Yes, Kalol, if you read a statement, you will see that we are concerned at the situation in Gaza. This is what we've said. Jugal?
So the UN Secretary General was recently, just last week, in Cox's Bazar at the Rohingya refugee camps, and owing to a number of factors, UN agencies have said that the situation in those camps is perhaps the worst it has been after 2017 when they were formed. Given that India has in the past through Operation Insaniyat and also through help in Myanmar reached out to those refugees, I would like to understand if India is likely to take a position on that and offer any support. And sir, a clarification on the issue of Badr Khan Suri, who's arrested in the U.S. His own university has come out in defense and said that there's no illegal activity that they are aware of. Just to understand the procedure, sir, in a case like this, uh, is India well within its right to reach out in a proactive manner and offer support to an Indian national who's been accused of very grave charges? Thank you.
Okay, so on your Rishabh.
Good evening, sir. Rishabh from Times Now. So Islamabad has sought US intervention and accused India of sponsoring terror. Especially, Pakistan minister accuses India of terrorism, rules out fresh military operation, in Balochistan area or KPK, and there have been 9 fresh attacks in that area, and they are clearly accusing India and have asked US to intervene in this case.
So first, to answer Rishabh's question, please look at our statement. We have issued a statement on this matter. So I will urge you to look at that. On the question of the Indian student Badr Khan Suri, as I told you, neither the student nor the government, they have gotten in touch with us. If they get in touch with us, then we'll see how to best to engage in this particular matter. On the Rohingya issue, India-Bangladesh relations, as you know, it's a wide canvas, and we have been engaged with Bangladesh on several issues: development cooperation, economic matters, on issues of connectivity, so on and so forth. So on this particular issue, I don't have that if there is any update on this particular matter, but I will surely get back to you as to what are the new Is there anything that we are particularly going to look into at this point in time? Thank you. With that, thank you very much for your presence. Good afternoon, friends. I welcome you to this special briefing by Secretary East, Sri P. Kumaran, on the ongoing state visit of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Chile, Mr. Gabriel Boric Font. We also have with us for this press briefing our Ambassador in Chile, Srimati Abhilasha Joshi, and we have with us the Joint Secretary who looks after Latin America and the Caribbean region, Sri Praful Chandra Sharma. With that, I invite Secretary Sir to give his opening remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Randhir. Good afternoon, dear friends. As you are aware, at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the President of the Republic of Chile, His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, is on a state visit to India from 1st to 6th April 2025. He arrived on 1st April, which is today, and will be departing on 6th of April after an extensive program in Delhi, Mumbai, and Bengaluru. The President is accompanied by a high-powered delegation of cabinet ministers, parliamentarians, senior officials, and a large business delegation. This is President Boric's first state visit to India, although two Chilean presidents have visited India in the past. Prior to this, President Boric had met our Prime Minister in Brazil on the margins of the G20 summit in November 2024 in Rio. As you might know, India and Chile share warm and friendly relations. Chile was among the first countries to recognize India's independence. Since then, bilateral relations have strengthened across a number of sectors. Our two countries have commonality of views on a wide range of issues. We cooperate extensively in multilateral fora and share similar views on expansion and reform of the United Nations Security Council. Chile has been consistent in its support to India's claim to a permanent seat in the UNSC. We recently commemorated 75 years of establishment of diplomatic relations. Indian culture and traditions are very popular in Chile. There are a number of yoga and Ayurveda schools and yoga practitioners in Chile. You would be happy to know that Chile has its own National Yoga Day, which is celebrated on 4th of November. Ayurveda is also gaining popularity, as I just noted, and there are a few Ayurveda institutes, clinics in Chile with close ties to some Indian Ayurveda institutes. There is also growing interest in Indian classical dances, cuisine, films, and tourism. Coming back to the visit, as I said, the President of Chile arrived in New Delhi earlier today. He was warmly received by Sri Pavitra Margarita, Minister of State for External Affairs, and was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the airport. His first engagement of the day was a call on by the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. This was followed by extensive bilateral discussions with our Prime Minister and delegation. The two leaders undertook a comprehensive review of the entire gamut of bilateral relations, spanning a wide range of sectors, including trade and investment, health and pharmaceuticals, mining and mineral resources, defense and security, agriculture and food security, green energy, ICT, digital economy, innovation, and disaster management. The President expressed keen interest in developing cooperation in technology, innovation, cultural exchanges, and academic collaboration. You will see a lot of the areas of convergence and the discussion that the two leaders had in the joint statement that is being issued. The two leaders also witnessed the exchange of several bilateral documents and MOUs. The joint statement lists that out. These include the letter of intent on Antarctica cooperation, cultural exchange program for the period 2025 to 29, agreement on cooperance matters, MOU for cooperation in the disability sector, MOU on police cooperation against organized crime, cybercrime and combating corruption, MOU on disaster management, and renewal of the amended MOU in the field of geology and mineral resources. After this, there were press statements by the two leaders. Prime Minister then hosted a lunch in honor of the visiting president. As is customary in a state visit, President Boric visited Rajghat and laid a wreath at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. He will meet Honorable Rashtrapati Ji in the evening, followed by a banquet dinner hosted by the Honorable Rashtrapati Ji in honor of the visiting president and his delegation. As I said, the president is accompanied by a large business delegation with him. Obviously, we expect many business interactions with Indian industry leaders. In fact, business events have been planned in Delhi, Mumbai, and Bengaluru on 2nd, 3rd, and 5th April, respectively. While in Delhi, the ministers accompanying the president will have over 25 meetings with Indian ministers and business counterparts. The MPs in the president's delegation will visit our parliament and interact with the parliamentarians. President Boric is expected to have official meetings in Mumbai, where the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is likely to pay a courtesy call on the visiting dignitary. There will also be a meeting with the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra. In Bengaluru, President Boric will meet the Governor of Karnataka and the Chief Minister of Karnataka. President Boric is keen to attract Indian investments into Chile. There are several opportunities for Indian businesses in the areas of ports, airports, mining, railway infrastructure, renewable energy, and a number of other projects. Technology cooperation is also high on the agenda. President Boric expressed keen interest in collaboration and exchanges in the areas of education, culture, arts and cinema, Ayurveda, and yoga. Chile, as you know, is an important partner for India in the Latin American region. We have complementary trade and economic relations with Chile, while we supply pharmaceutical products, engineering goods, automobiles, and chemicals. We import a lot of critical mineral resources from Chile, which are important ingredients for our industrial development. Chile is the largest producer of copper in the world. It also has substantial reserves of lithium and other minerals. There is interest on both sides to further strengthen this relationship. Let me give you a couple of sentences on the Indian community in Chile. The origins of the Indian community in Chile can be traced back to 1905. Currently, it is estimated that there are about 4,000 overseas Indians, about 1850 NRIs, and about a little over 2,000 PIOs living in Chile. The majority are from the Sindhi community, who are mainly engaged in business and have integrated well into Chilean society. 1/3 of them live in Iquique, and the rest are in Santiago, Valparaiso, Vina del Mar, and Punta Arenas. In addition, there is a constant flow of professionals and businessmen from India working mainly in the ICT and financial services sectors. Some Indian labor is also present in Chile, working mainly in Indian restaurants and shops. I will stop now, and I'm open to any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Okay. First, we'll go with Huma.
Sir, I'm Huma Siddiqui. So I have two questions. Was there any discussion on the expansion of the trade agreement that India has with Chile? And my second question is, you mentioned that they are talking about defense and security. So, what exactly was discussed in that sector, if you can highlight that?
Andres?
Thank you. Andres Kipani, Financial Times. As a Latin American myself, I'm quite interested in this visit. Just to stress, if you can deepen on a point that you made, there seems to be a further outreach of India into Latin America. You opened more embassies recently. Minister Margarita de Raicina Dialogue gave a speech solely on Latin America with quite a lot of stress on critical minerals. India signed an agreement with Argentina last year. You just opened an embassy in Bolivia, which holds the largest lithium reserves in the world. And now you have Chile's president here, which country is part of the lithium triangle. How much is this visit about securing lithium and critical minerals for India's energy transition? Thank you.
Okay. Sahil?
So I'm Sahil Pandey from ENI. Any update regarding or any development regarding Chile-India FTA, if there is a possibility?
Okay. Sir, we can take these three.
Yeah, sure.
First, let's take these three and then we'll come back for more.
Sure. Thank you very much. Let me start with the FTA and CEPA. We already have a partial trade agreement with Chile, which addresses about 2,000 lines on the Chilean side and about 1,000 lines. There are concessional duties agreed on both sides. The idea is to try and expand that into a more comprehensive FTA or a comprehensive economic partnership agreement that will also include, in addition to trade in goods, services, and investment. And therefore, all three parts of a comprehensive economic agreement will be addressed. We just agreed, in the run-up to the visit on the terms of reference of the discussions towards a CEPA, and that will set the tone for the detailed discussions that will be held. Obviously, both sides try to find a balance on how to secure their interests. Our interests obviously include expanding our agricultural exports, securing critical minerals, and on the Chilean side, naturally, the interest is on exporting some of their agricultural products that are not necessarily available in our market, that Chile is good at producing. And there is also an interest on the Chilean side to try and diversify their trade partners to include other large emerging economies. India naturally offers itself as a very attractive option for this purpose. So therefore, the Chilean side has serious interest in working with us on a fairly comprehensive CEPA that includes concessional duties on a number of lines. Our interest also on the Indian side includes opening up the services market in our partner countries. So that will also be an area of interest for Chile. And naturally, technology, all kinds of other business services will be areas of interest for us. Plus, both sides are interested in attracting investment. Chile wants more investments in mining, agro-processing, renewable energy, etc. We naturally, as part of our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, want investment in a number of areas that help us develop industrial capacities and help us become a manufacturing hub. So broadly, those are the areas that we'll target. We'll try, naturally, for both sides to strike a balance that is mutually beneficial. Your second question was about defense and security. We are a country where the defense industrial capacity is continuously increasing. We are securing technology from various partner countries. We're also developing our own technologies. So therefore, we do have an interest in expanding our defense exports. On the other hand, Chile lives in a peaceful regional neighborhood. Their defense requirements are very different from ours. But Chile has a deep interest in the defense industrial sector. because it believes that it incubates a number of interesting critical technologies that can be used for other applications, including in civilian sectors. It is an area that interests us, and therefore it offers opportunities for us to co-develop technologies and find ways to benefit on both sides from these technologies. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, as part of security, we are also trying to work together on transnational crimes, countering transnational crimes, drug smuggling, and counterterrorism, cybercrime, and so on. Chile has very good capabilities in the information technology sector, and we hope to work together and find ways to benefit from each other's expertise and experiences. Is it mostly about critical minerals? No, it is much more than that. Clearly, given Chile's strengths in critical minerals, Chile's more than 50% exports, copper. I think copper, 24% of the world output is out of Chile, and 30% of world's lithium comes out of Chile. So naturally, these are priority areas for Chile as big exports. Mining contributes about 13% to Chile's GDP. And these are areas of interest to India because these are materials that are critical to developing new and emerging technologies such as EVs, battery technologies, and all kinds of new generation batteries that can increase range, storage generated from renewables, etc. So all these are naturally of great importance to us. But it's not just about, as I mentioned, there are many other areas, pharmaceuticals for us and healthcare. India is one of the most competitive producers of pharmaceuticals, vaccines, etc. We also want to work with Chile in the area of renewable energy. I understand that Chile wants to expand its energy infrastructure, particularly transmission lines, etc., so that more of the country can be covered, and the renewable energy infrastructure that is available can effectively reach all sections of the population. So those are all areas which are of interest. As I mentioned in my remarks on CEPA, trade and investment, surely. President Boric showed a lot of interest in working together on culture, films. Chile wants to promote itself as a filming destination for Indian films. In Mumbai, I think that is one of the areas that they're going to discuss. In addition, digital public infrastructure, ICT, agro-processing, all these are area of interest. Naturally, critical minerals are a key piece in the matrix, but there are a lot of other areas of interest too. FTA, I think I've answered as part of my remarks here.
Rishabh?
Secretary, good evening. Rishabh from Times Now. Sir, did we discuss anything on mobility aspect of blue collar jobs in Chile or vice versa? Is there any mobility pact being spoken about between India and Chile?
Neeraj?
सर नमस्कार, मैं नीरज प्रभा साक्षी से। सर, जैसा कि आपने अपनी शुरुआती टिप्पणी में जिक्र किया कि चिले कॉपर का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक है और लिथियम भंडार है, तो भारत जबकि नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा पर जोर दे रहा है, स्वच्छ ऊर्जा पर जोर दे रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पर जोर दे रहा है, तो उस संदर्भ में खासतौर पर क्या समझौता हुआ है?
उमाशंकर?
उमाशंकर सिंह एनडीटीवी से। क्या चिलियन प्रेसिडेंट ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को चिली आने का न्योता दिया है, खासतौर पे जो अंटार्कटिका का जो चिलियन पार्ट है उसके विजिट का न्योता दिया है, और क्या पीएम ने इसको स्वीकारा है?
Ayanksha?
So I have a pair of questions. The first is there some sort of arrangement for collaboration in the front of dance when it comes to Quera dance form and the others with the Indian ones? The second one is we have seen Chile's interest in this pair of film and as a shooting destination ahead of a summit in Chile as well. The government wanted to shoot there. It's some sort of arrangement are done for shooting with Indian producers as well. Thank you.
So we have 4 questions.
Thank you very much. On the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, we have shared a draft agreement with the Chilean side. There's still discussions ongoing on that. But in the meantime, the Chilean side, in fact, the president announced it as part of the visit, that they are improving their visa processes in such a way as to grant more multiple entry visas. As of now, that is a big improvement in terms of the ability of our business people to visit Chile and to secure visas in a more facile and faster way. But as for the details of the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, discussions are still ongoing, and we hope to reach agreement at some point. We will also, I think, have occasion to discuss this as a part of our negotiations on CEPA, because a lot of these issues get subsumed under CEPA negotiations under the services sector or the services chapter. So I'm sure we'll get to hear more about it in the coming months. आपने पूछा था क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के बारे में. मैंने अभी कमेंट्स में बताया था कि क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स हमारे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. आपने खुद पॉइंट आउट किया कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल सेक्टर, बैटरी टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर के लिए इसके बारे में हमने एक MOU साइन किया है. मैं अभी लिस्ट करूंगा वो जो MOU हमने साइन किया है फॉर पार्टनरशिप इन द क्रिटिकल मिनरल सेक्टर. तो आगे हम टेक्निकल टीम्स के लेवल पे डिस्कस करेंगे कि कैसे कोलैबोरेट करें और कोऑपरेशन को आगे कैसे बढ़ाया जाए. On the Antarctica visit, you had asked, there is a lot of interest on our side in Antarctica. Chile is very well placed geographically when it comes to Antarctica. So Chile offers itself as a natural partner for us to understand Antarctica better and the challenges associated with the polar regions. So इसीलिए obviously we are very keen to work with Chile in the area of Antarctic research. But to share some of what happened in the discussions, Prime Minister had noted that President Boric had visited Antarctica last year, and therefore he wanted him to share some of his experiences about what it feels like to travel in Antarctica. So he explained in some detail his experience of traveling to Antarctica. And as part of that, he said it would be nice if you could also visit Chile sometime and undertake a visit to Antarctica. No, he's not said anything to that. He just smiled and thanked him for the invitation. And critical minerals, I'll just add something to what I said. Even as part of the CEPA discussions, we are looking at a chapter on critical minerals. We think that that will allow us an opportunity to go into some detail on what arrangements can be worked out which are of mutual benefit to India and Chile. This will naturally involve Indian investments, possibly some kind of value addition in Chile. Chilean side is very keen that investors come and add value in Chile before taking the refined material out of Chile. I'm sure we'll have occasion to discuss more about this and the terms and conditions associated with the critical minerals partnership. Dance collaboration, yes, there was broad discussion about cultural cooperation, dance, yoga, and also about how to take Ayurveda collaboration forward. Not too many specifics, but I'm sure we will have occasion to engage at working levels to try and include more items in this regard, dance and music.
We have more questions. Srinjoy?
So, some years ago, the Indian Defense Minister had gone to Chile, and part of the whole proceedings was the possibility of Chile using Indian made helicopters. Now, that was a long time ago, but you're aware of it. Is there any move to relook the whole process? In fact, the RM had gone to Antarctica after that, if I'm not mistaken.
Madhu?
सर मधुरेंद्र मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से पीएम के स्पीच में हिंद महासागर प्रशांत महासागर को लेकर जिक्र था और डिफेंस सेक्टर को लेकर काफ़ी कुछ जिक्र है। मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी को लेकर क्या दोनों देशों की जो चिंताएं हैं वो साझी हैं, उसको लेकर कोई बातचीत हुई और क्या आने वाले दिनों में दोनों देशों के बीच कोई ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज चाहे नेवी का हो या फिर अलग सेक्टर्स का हो, इसको हम प्लान कर रहे हैं?
Akhilesh?
Sir, I'm Akhilesh Suman from DD. You talked about Prime Minister Modi and President Boric about terrorism, anti-terrorism. So, can you tell me that what was the view on cross-border terrorism that emanating from our neighboring country? And also that both Prime Minister and President talked about Antarctica, the gateway of Antarctica. So, what we aspire in Antarctica?
Sarjana?
नमस्कार सर, मैं सर्जना शर्मा हूँ संवाद न्यूज़पेपर से। आपने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर आप बार बार काफी रेफरेंस आया है, तो जो और आपने कहा हम सबसे ज्यादा इंपोर्ट चिले से करते हैं, तो जो हमारे एमओयूज होंगे उनके साथ वो किस किस्म के एमओयूज होंगे?
Yeah, clarification, Uma? Please.
Sir, in Julia's visit to Bangalore, is he going to be visiting HAL and other defense companies which are there?
Okay.
We have the program.
So you can take these questions.
All right. Yeah. I think Srinjoy's question about helicopters, there was no specific reference to helicopters as an item, but we broadly offered our capabilities available in various kinds of defense hardware. And there was agreement that we can work together in areas of mutual interest, but there was no specific reference to helicopters or any other kind of platform. Maritime security and exercises, yes, there were discussions on maritime security, especially in terms of transnational crimes, piracy, etc., and sharing of experiences. But I'm not aware of any joint exercises, maritime exercises, in which Chile and India are a part. But surely, wherever we have an opportunity, we would look forward to working together as countries who are interested in working together in a number of sectors and who are keen to take our relationship to a higher trajectory. Antarctic research, obviously, Antarctica presents a unique set of challenges when it comes to dealing with ultra low temperatures, how to survive in those temperatures, how to make your equipment work in those temperatures, and what do you do to harden your survival skills and your equipment to work in such conditions. Some of that can be applied to other low temperature situations like space, etc. So you have without going into space, you tend to learn about how you deal with challenges in extremely low temperatures. So it is an area of interest to a number of countries. It is an area of interest for us too, and therefore, Chile, given its expertise and its proximity to the South Pole, as I noted, it is something of a natural partner for us to work with, and they have identified that as an area where we can collaborate together. So it is something of interest to us, and we are both keen to ensure the peaceful use of Antarctica in ways that can contribute to the global commons, and therefore we are happy to work together with Chile on that. MOUs, let me try and list out the MOUs that are the outcomes of this visit. We have a letter of intent on Antarctic cooperation. As I just mentioned, the letter of intent will enhance the value of international collaboration in the field of scientific research in areas of interest, common interest, such as the study of global environmental change and in reaffirming the shared interest in maintaining Antarctica as a natural reserve dedicated to peace and science. The second MOU signed is the Cultural Exchange Program for the period 2024 to 2028. The third one is the MOU between the National Service for Disaster Prevention and Response in Chile and the NDMA in India on disaster management. The fourth one is the agreement for cooperation and exchange of information between National Copper Corporation of Chile, Codelco, and Hindustan Copper Limited. It will help us identify and implement joint activities, including strategic partnership in the sphere of exploration of mining properties, meaning the mines, and mineral beneficiation through sharing of experiences and knowledge, allowing both sides to enhance their capabilities. So these are the 4 outcome documents that came out as a result of the visit. Anything?
I think she had a clarification as to where in Bangalore, what is the program?
Okay. I don't see anything in the program that specifically involves a visit to any of our defense establishments there or aeronautical establishments. But they are meeting groups of industry leaders, business leaders. I'm sure they'll have occasion to interact with some of our capability defense related establishments too, in addition to other civilian business establishments. I think the interest in Bengaluru is mainly on innovation and startups, and of course, software services and IT in general. So those will probably be the priority, as part of the Bangalore leg of the visit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking our time to brief all our friends from the media. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence. This is a long visit, so please be in touch with us so that we keep giving you updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
President of the Republic of Chile, Mr. Gabriel Boric Font. We also have with us for this press briefing our ambassador in Chile, Srimati Abhilasha Joshi, and we have with us the Joint Secretary who looks after Latin America and the Caribbean region, Sri Praful Chandra Sharma. With that, I invite Secretary Sir to give his opening remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ranveer. Good afternoon, dear friends. As you are aware, at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the President of the Republic of Chile, His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, is on a state visit to India from 1st to 6th April 2025. He arrived on 1st April, which is today, and will be departing on 6th of April after an extensive program in Delhi, Mumbai, and Bengaluru. The President is accompanied by a high-powered delegation of cabinet ministers, parliamentarians, senior officials, and a large business delegation. This is President Boric's first state visit to India, although 2 Chilean presidents have visited India in the past. Prior to this, President Boric had met our Prime Minister in Brazil on the margins of the G20 summit in November 2024 in Rio. As you might know, India and Chile share warm and friendly relations. Chile was among the first countries to recognize India's independence. Since then, bilateral relations have strengthened across a number of sectors. Our 2 countries have commonality of views on a wide range of issues. We cooperate extensively in multilateral fora and share similar views on expansion and reform of the United Nations Security Council. Chile has been consistent in its support to India's claim to a permanent seat in the UNSC. We recently commemorated 75 years of establishment of diplomatic relations. Indian culture and traditions are very popular in Chile. There are a number of yoga and Ayurveda schools and yoga practitioners in Chile. You would be happy to know that Chile has its own National Yoga Day, which is celebrated on 4th of November. Ayurveda is also gaining popularity, as I just noted, and there are a few Ayurveda institutes, clinics in Chile with close ties to some Indian Ayurveda institutes. There is also growing interest in Indian classical dances, cuisine, films, and tourism. Coming back to the visit, as I said, the president of Chile arrived in New Delhi earlier today. He was warmly received by Sri Pavitra Margarita, Minister of State for External Affairs, and was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the airport. His first engagement of the day was a call on by the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. This was followed by extensive bilateral discussions with our Prime Minister and delegation. The two leaders undertook a comprehensive review of the entire gamut of bilateral relations, spanning a wide range of sectors, including trade and investment, health and pharmaceuticals, mining and mineral resources, defense and security, agriculture and food security, green energy, ICT, digital economy, innovation, and disaster management. The President expressed keen interest in developing cooperation in technology, innovation, cultural exchanges, and academic collaboration. You will see a lot of the areas of convergence and the discussion that the two leaders had in the joint statement that is being issued. The two leaders also witnessed the exchange of several bilateral documents and MOUs. The joint statement lists that out. These include the letter of intent on Antarctica cooperation, cultural exchange program for the period 2025 to 29, agreement on cooperation and mutual assistance in customs matters, MOU for cooperation in the disability sector, MOU on police cooperation against organized crime, cybercrime and combating corruption, MOU on disaster management, and renewal of the amended MOU in the field of geology and mineral resources. After this, there were press statements by the two leaders. Prime Minister then hosted a lunch in honor of the visiting president. As is customary in a state visit, President Boric visited Rajghat and laid a wreath at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. He will meet Honorable Rashtrapati Ji in the evening, followed by a banquet dinner hosted by the Honorable Rashtrapati Ji in honor of the visiting president and his delegation. As I said, the president is accompanied by a large business delegation with him. Obviously, we expect many business interactions with Indian industry leaders. In fact, business events have been planned in Delhi, Mumbai, and Bengaluru on 2nd, 3rd, and 5th April, respectively. While in Delhi, the ministers accompanying the president will have over 25 meetings with Indian ministers and business counterparts. The MPs in the president's delegation will visit our parliament and interact with the parliamentarians. President Boric is expected to have official meetings in Mumbai, where the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is likely to pay a courtesy call on the visiting dignitary. There will also be a meeting with the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra. In Bengaluru, President Boric will meet the Governor of Karnataka and the Chief Minister of Karnataka. President Boric is keen to attract Indian investments into Chile. There are several opportunities for Indian businesses in the areas of ports, airports, mining, railway infrastructure, renewable energy, and a number of other projects. Technology cooperation is also high on the agenda. President Boric expressed keen interest in collaboration and exchanges in the areas of education, culture, arts and cinema, Ayurveda, and yoga. Chile, as you know, is an important partner for India in the Latin American region. We have complementary trade and economic relations with Chile. While we supply pharmaceutical products, engineering goods, automobiles, and chemicals, we import a lot of critical mineral resources from Chile, which are important ingredients for our industrial development. Chile is the largest producer of copper in the world. It also has substantial reserves of lithium and other minerals. There is interest on both sides to further strengthen this relationship. Let me give you a couple of sentences on the Indian community in Chile. The origins of the Indian community in Chile can be traced back to 1905. Currently, it is estimated that there are about 4,000 overseas Indians, about 1850 NRIs, and about a little over 2,000 PIOs living in Chile. The majority are from the Sindhi community, who are mainly engaged in business and have integrated well into Chilean society. 1/3 of them live in Iquique, and the rest are in Santiago, Valparaiso, Vina del Mar, and Punta Arenas. In addition, there is a constant flow of professionals and businessmen from India working mainly in the ICT and financial services sectors. Some Indian labor is also present in Chile, working mainly in Indian restaurants and shops. I will stop now, and I'm open to any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Okay. First, we'll go with Huma.
Sir, I'm Huma Siddiqui. So I have two questions. Was there any discussion on the expansion of the trade agreement that India has with Chile? And my second question is, you mentioned that they are talking about defense and security. So what exactly was discussed in that sector, if you can highlight that?
Andres?
Thank you. Andres Kipani, Financial Times. As a Latin American myself, I'm quite interested in this visit. Just to stress, if you can deepen on a point that you made, there seems to be a further outreach of India into Latin America. You opened more embassies recently. Minister Margarita de Raicina Dialogue gave a speech solely on Latin America with quite a lot of stress on critical minerals. India signed an agreement with Argentina last year. You just opened an embassy in Bolivia, which holds the largest lithium reserves in the world. And now you have Chile's president here, which country is part of the lithium triangle. How much is this visit about securing lithium and critical minerals for India's energy transition? Thank you.
Okay. Sahil?
So I'm Sahil Pandey from ENI. Any update regarding or any development regarding Chile-India FTA, if there is a possibility?
Sir, we can take these three?
Yeah, sure.
First, let's take these three and then we'll come back for more.
Sure. Thank you very much. Let me start with the FTA and CEPA. We already have a partial trade agreement with Chile, which addresses about 2,000 lines on the Chilean side and about 1,000 lines. There are concessional duties agreed on both sides. The idea is to try and expand that into a more comprehensive FTA or a comprehensive economic partnership agreement that will also include, in addition to trade in goods, services, and investment. And therefore, all three parts of a comprehensive economic agreement will be addressed. We just agreed, in the run-up to the visit on the terms of reference of the discussions towards CEPA. And that will set the tone for the detailed discussions that will be held. Obviously, both sides try to find a balance on how to secure their interests. Our interests obviously include expanding our agricultural exports, securing critical minerals, and on the Chilean side, naturally. The interest is on exporting some of their agricultural products that are not necessarily available in our market, that Chile is good at producing. And there is also an interest on the Chilean side to try and diversify their trade partners to include other large emerging economies. India naturally offers itself as a very attractive option for this purpose. So therefore, the Chilean side has serious interest in working with us on a fairly comprehensive CEPA that includes concessional duties on a number of lines. Our interest also on the Indian side includes opening up the services market in our partner countries. So that will also be an area of interest for Chile. And naturally, technology, all kinds of other business services will be areas of interest for us. Plus, both sides are interested in attracting investment. Chile wants more investments in mining, agro processing, renewable energy, etc. We naturally, as part of our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, want investment in a number of areas that help us develop industrial capacities and help us become a manufacturing hub. So broadly, those are the areas that we'll target. We'll try, naturally, for both sides to strike a balance that is mutually beneficial. Your second question was about defense and security. We are a country where the defense industrial capacity is continuously increasing. We are securing technology from various partner countries. We are also developing our own technologies. So therefore, we do have an interest in expanding our defense exports. On the other hand, Chile lives in a peaceful regional neighborhood. Their defense requirements are very different from ours. But Chile has a deep interest in the defense industrial sector because it believes that it incubates a number of interesting critical technologies that can be used for other applications, including in civilian sectors. It is an area that interests us, and therefore it offers opportunities for us to co-develop technologies and find ways to benefit on both sides from these technologies. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, as part of security, we are also trying to work together on transnational crimes, countering transnational crimes, drug smuggling, and counterterrorism, cybercrime, and so on. Chile has very good capabilities in the information technology sector, and we hope to work together and find ways to benefit from each other's expertise and experiences. Is it mostly about critical minerals? No, it is much more than that. Clearly, given Chile's strengths in critical minerals, Chile's more than 50% exports, copper. I think copper, 24% of the world output is out of Chile, and 30% of world's lithium comes out of Chile. So naturally, these are priority areas for Chile as big exports. Mining contributes about 13% to Chile's GDP. And these are areas of interest to India because these are materials that are critical to developing new and emerging technologies such as EVs, battery technologies, and all kinds of new generation batteries that can increase range, storage generated from renewables, etc. So all these are naturally of great importance to us. But it's not just about, as I mentioned, there are many other areas, pharmaceuticals for us and healthcare. India is one of the most competitive producers of pharmaceuticals, vaccines, etc. We also want to work with Chile in the area of renewable energy. I understand that Chile wants to expand its energy infrastructure, particularly transmission lines, etc., so that more of the country can be covered, and the renewable energy infrastructure that is available can effectively reach all sections of the population. So those are all areas which are of interest. As I mentioned in my remarks on CEPA, trade and investment, surely. President Boric showed a lot of interest in working together on culture, films. Chile wants to promote itself as a filming destination for Indian films. In Mumbai, I think that is one of the areas that they're going to discuss. In addition, digital public infrastructure, ICT, agro processing, all these are areas of interest. Naturally, critical minerals are a key piece, in the matrix, but there are a lot of other areas of interest too. FTA, I think I've answered as part of my remarks here.
Rishabh?
Secretary, good evening. Rishabh from Times Now. So, did we discuss anything on mobility aspect of blue collar jobs in Chile or vice versa? Is there any mobility pact being spoken about between India and Chile?
नीरज?
सर नमस्कार, मैं नीरज दुबे प्रभा साक्षी से। सर जैसा कि आपने अपनी शुरुआती टिप्पणी में जिक्र किया कि चिले कॉपर का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक है और लिथियम का भंडार है, तो भारत जबकि नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा पर जोर दे रहा है, स्वच्छ ऊर्जा पर जोर दे रहा है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पर जोर दे रहा है, तो उस संदर्भ में खास तौर पर क्या समझौता हुआ है?
उमाशंकर?
उमाशंकर सिंह एनडीटीवी से। क्या चिलियन प्रेसिडेंट ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को चिली आने का न्योता दिया है, खासतौर पे जो अंटार्कटिका का जो चिलियन पार्ट है उसके विजिट का न्योता दिया है, और क्या पीएम ने इसको स्वीकारा है?
Ayanksha?
So I have a pair of questions. The first is there some sort of arrangement for collaboration in the front of dance when it comes to Quera dance form and the others with the Indian ones? The second one is we have seen Chile's interest in this pair of film and as a shooting destination ahead of a summit in Chile as well. The government wanted to shoot there. It's some sort of arrangement are done for shooting with Indian producers as well. Thank you.
So we have 4 questions.
Thank you very much. On the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, we have shared a draft agreement with the Chilean side. There's still discussions ongoing on that. But in the meantime, the Chilean side, in fact, the president announced it as part of the visit, that they are improving their visa processes in such a way as to grant more multiple entry visas. As of now, that is a big improvement in terms of the ability of our business people to visit Chile and to secure visas in a more facile and faster way. But as for the details of the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, discussions are still ongoing and we hope to reach agreement at some point. We will also, I think, have occasion to discuss this as a part of our negotiations on CEPA, because a lot of these issues get subsumed under CEPA negotiations under the services sector or the services chapter. So I'm sure we'll get to hear more about it in the coming months. आपने पूछा था क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के बारे में. मैंने अभी कमेंट्स में बताया था कि क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स हमारे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. आपने खुद पॉइंट आउट किया कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल सेक्टर, बैटरी टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर के लिए इसके बारे में हमने एक एमओयू साइन किया है. मैं अभी लिस्ट करूंगा वो जो एमओयू हमने साइन किया है फॉर पार्टनरशिप इन द क्रिटिकल मिनरल सेक्टर. तो आगे हम टेक्निकल टीम्स के लेवल पे डिस्कस करेंगे कि कैसे कोलैबोरेट करें और कोऑपरेशन को आगे कैसे बढ़ाया जाए. On the Antarctica visit, you had asked, there is a lot of interest on our side in Antarctica. Chile is very well placed geographically when it comes to Antarctica. So Chile offers itself as a natural partner for us to understand Antarctica better and the challenges associated with the polar regions. So इसीलिए, obviously we are very keen to work with Chile in the area of Antarctic research. But to share some of what happened in the discussions, Prime Minister had noted that President Boric had visited Antarctica last year, and therefore he wanted him to share some of his experiences about what it feels like to travel in Antarctica. So he explained in some detail. His experience of traveling to Antarctica, and as part of that, he said it will be nice if you could also visit Chile sometime and undertake a visit to Antarctica. No, he's not said anything to that. He just smiled and thanked him for the invitation. And yeah, critical minerals, I'll just add something to what I said. Even as part of the CPAT discussions, we are looking at a chapter on critical minerals. We think that that will allow us an opportunity to go into some detail on what arrangements can be worked out, which are of mutual benefit to India and Chile. This will naturally involve Indian investments, possibly some kind of value addition in Chile. Chilean side is very keen that investors come and add value in Chile before taking the refined material out of Chile. I'm sure we'll have occasion to discuss more about this and the terms and conditions associated with the critical minerals partnership. Dance collaboration, yes, there was broad discussion about cultural cooperation, dance, yoga, and also about how to take Ayurveda collaboration forward. Not too many specifics, but I'm sure we will have occasion to engage at working levels to try and include more items in this regard, dance and music.
We have more questions. Srinjoy?
So, some years ago, the Indian defense minister had gone to Chile, and part of the whole proceedings was the possibility of Chile using Indian made helicopters. Now, that was a long time ago, but you're aware of it. Is there any move to relook the whole process? In fact, the RM had gone to Antarctica after that, if I'm not mistaken.
Madhu?
सर मनोरेंद्र मैं न्यूज नेशन से पीएम के स्पीच में हिंद महासागर प्रशांत महासागर को लेकर जिक्र था और डिफेंस सेक्टर को लेकर काफी कुछ जिक्र है। मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी को लेकर क्या दोनों देशों की जो चिंताएं हैं वो साझी हैं, उसको लेकर कोई बातचीत हुई और क्या आने वाले दिनों में दोनों देशों के बीच कोई ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज चाहे नेवी का हो या फिर अलग सेक्टर्स का हो, इसको हम प्लान कर रहे हैं?
Akhilesh?
So I'm Akhilesh Suman from DD. You talked about Prime Minister Modi and President Boric about terrorism, anti-terrorism. So can you tell me that what was the view on cross-border terrorism that emanating from our neighboring country? And also that both Prime Minister and President talked about Antarctica, the gateway of Antarctica. So what we aspire in Antarctica?
Sajana?
नमस्कार सर, मैं सजना शर्मा हूँ सनमार्ग न्यूज़पेपर से। आपने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर आप बार-बार काफी रेफरेंस आया है, तो जो और आपने कहा हम सबसे ज्यादा इंपोर्ट चिले से करते हैं, तो जो हमारे एमओयूज होंगे उनके साथ वो किस किस्म के एमओयूज होंगे?
Yeah, clarification, Uma? Please.
Sir, in during his visit to Bangalore, is he going to be visiting HAL and other defense companies which are there?
Okay.
We have the program.
So you can take these questions.
All right. Yeah. I think Srinjoy's question about helicopters, there was no specific reference to helicopters as an item, but we broadly offered our capabilities available in various kinds of defense hardware. And there was agreement that we can work together in areas of mutual interest, but there was no specific reference to helicopters or any other kind of platform. Maritime security and exercises, yes, there were discussions on maritime security, especially in terms of transnational crimes, piracy, etc., and sharing of experiences. But I'm not aware of any joint exercises, maritime exercises, in which Chile and India are a part. But surely, wherever we have an opportunity, we would look forward to working together as countries who are interested in working together in a number of sectors and who are keen to take our relationship to a higher trajectory. Uh, Antarctic research, obviously, uh, Antarctica presents a unique set of challenges when it comes to dealing with ultra low temperatures, how to survive in those temperatures, how to make your equipment work in those temperatures, and what do you do to harden your survival skills and your equipment to work in such conditions. Some of that can be applied to other low temperature situations like space, etc. So you have a, without going into space, you tend to learn about how you deal with challenges in extremely low temperatures. So it is an area of interest to a number of countries. It is an area of interest for us too, and therefore Chile, given its expertise and its proximity to the South Pole, as I noted, it is something of a natural partner for us to work with, and they have identified that as an area where we can collaborate together. So it is something of interest to us, and we are both keen to ensure the peaceful use of Antarctica in ways that can contribute to the global commons. And therefore, we are happy to work together with Chile on that. MOUs, let me try and list out the MOUs that are the outcomes of this visit. We have a letter of intent on Antarctic cooperation, as I just mentioned. The letter of intent will enhance the value of international collaboration in the field of scientific research, in areas of interest, common interest, such as the study of global environmental change, and in reaffirming the shared interest in maintaining Antarctica as a natural reserve dedicated to peace and science. The second MOU we signed is the Cultural Exchange Program for the period 2024 to 2028. The third one is the MOU between the National Service for Disaster Prevention and Response in Chile and the NDMA in India on disaster management. The fourth one is the agreement for cooperation and exchange of information between National Copper Corporation of Chile, Codelco, and Hindustan Copper Limited. It will help us identify and implement joint activities, including strategic partnership in the sphere of exploration of mining properties, meaning the mines, and mineral beneficiation through sharing of experiences and knowledge, allowing both sides to enhance their capabilities. So these are the 4 outcome documents that came out as a result of the visit. I missed anything?
I think she had a clarification as to where in Bangalore, what is the program?
Okay. I don't see anything in the program that specifically involves a visit to any of our defense establishments there or aeronautical establishments. But they are meeting groups of industry leaders, business leaders. I'm sure they'll have occasion to interact with some of our capability defense related establishments too, in addition to other civilian business establishments. I think the interest in Bengaluru is mainly on innovation and startups, and of course software services and IT in general. So those will probably be the priority, as part of the Bangalore leg of the visit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking our time to brief all our friends from the media. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence. This is a long visit, so please be in touch with us so that we keep giving you updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So let me get started on a lighter note. Minister Jaishankar and I have met many times over these years since my foreign minister days, but he has stayed external affairs minister throughout these many years. I have changed my hat several times. So I first from foreign minister, then as a candidate lobbying to become a head of a UN agency, came here to support, ask for for India support, lost miserably. And in hindsight, I'm so glad I lost that because then I could take up the opportunity to work with Asia Society, which is a small but a very mighty nonprofit organization whose mission is to deepen understanding and bridges to Asia and to deal with the challenges that are unfolding in Asia. Very proud of the work that's being done by Asia Society and Asia Society policy colleagues here in India, which is to deepen understanding, highlight India's place in the regional scheme of things and the global scheme of things. And I very much hope that that is of unique value to the Indian government, Indian business leadership, and Indian key players in every sector of society. As I said, Minister, you are still the External Affairs Minister, probably one of the longest serving foreign ministers by now. No? One of
Many
the
others much longer.
But I think
I'm
probably,
not even competing with some of them.
I know, but probably the most widely admired, I have to say. Perhaps I'm subjective because my work is looking at Asia, and certainly in the Asian scheme of things, Minister Jaishankar stands very tall. And so I think from my perspective, most widely admired is a right description. You came to the GA last year and visited us and gave a wonderful speech at Asia Society. And I have to say that the video of the full session is the most watched YouTube program by far of that session, and continues to be that today. So a very articulate advocate of India's place in the global scheme of things. And this at a time when India is rising and with heft. And I always say this is a good period to be India, to be Indians. And under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, great transformation taking place as a nation with reforms and an articulate face of that country in the form of Minister Jaishankar. So just to say, very delighted and honored to have another opportunity to engage with the Foreign Minister in my capacity as Asia Society President now. But to set the context for our conversation today, I think it's a challenging context, we all know. Asia, in the age of geopolitical churn, and we use that term churn, I didn't decide, but I think the team here decided this is a period where that expression churn is appropriate. It's not just change, but change that is really gets to the fundamental levels of geopolitics, international relations, global governance, and so on and so forth. It's been fluid for many years. But then you had also conflict, interstate conflict, flaring up in the form of the war in Ukraine. Technological competition heating up. The fight over resources also heating up. And so it's become an age of tough competition all around, and we know that the AI is the issue of the day. Then, of course, most recently, we have President Trump returning to office and taking a very unconventional approach to the pending issues of peace and conflict of the day. So, you know, his agenda clearly is to realize MAGA, to make America great again, and project that in the global stage. So there's the idea that there is a paradigm shift taking place in the world, in the global order. And I certainly from a country like South Korea and Japan, which are security allies of the United States, that expression seems quite appropriate. This is a period of paradigm shift. But as a country that has held to this position of non-alignment as a core positioning of your foreign policy, does it feel like a paradigm shift moment to you, or is that appropriate for you?
Well, before I get to that, first of all, let me say what a pleasure it is to see you back here, to welcome you back here. And I think we worked well together when you were foreign minister. And whether it was our own bilateral ties or your great experience on the multilateral field, I think I look back on that period in a very positive, with a lot of good memories. Your question, is it a paradigm shift? Look, I think there's an objective reality out there. What yours or mine or somebody else's reality, relationship is to the reality, doesn't change the reality. It just makes us see that reality in a different way. So yes, South Korea is a treaty ally, but whether you are a treaty ally or a non-treaty or a non-ally or utterly agnostic, uninvolved power, you still have to recognize the fundamentals of what is shifting. And now you can call it a churn, you can call it a paradigm shift, you can use even stronger words. But I think something very fundamental is shifting in the world order. And what is shifting is that the United States, which has been for the last 80 years the most powerful country and the biggest economy, and something much more than that. A country which in many ways underwrote global rules and practices, which fashioned many of the organizations and understandings. If the United States starts to change its terms of dealing with the world, its approach to dealing with the world, it's almost, it's not almost, it is actually the foundation of the order which is shifting. Now, I use the term churn myself, so I compliment your team for picking.
From you,
For this, because the word churn kind of signifies that you're going deep down. Yes. That it's not something on a surface. It's not something which is going to come, go, and we'll carry on. I think the world will never be the same again.
Exactly.
So there is something very deep, very profound, very consequential which is happening right now. And yes, again, I think there are many other events and trends which have fed into it. You referred to the conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I would still argue that the shift in the American position is a much more fundamental happening than the conflict, than the Russia-Ukraine conflict, however serious that is. There is another trend which precedes that, which is I would say the rise of China, because in many ways, I think that has driven or fed into the shift in American attitudes.
Yes.
There is a renewed, sharper sense of geopolitics. I think the changed American view of globalization has a lot to do with the rise of China. Not just the rise of China. I think you can see that in a way between US and the world and between the West and the non-West, there has also been a shift in terms of balances and relative weight. So in some ways, we in India have also contributed to the dynamism of this evolution. And so have a lot of other countries. I mean, if you look at the 20 biggest economies, clearly these are very different from what they were 20 years ago, even more so than what they were 30, 40 years ago. So you've had, the way I would describe it is there's a series of trend lines. Then there are certain sharp events. COVID is an event. Russia-Ukraine conflict is an event. What's happening in the Middle East is an event. I would put, this rebalancing, the fact that You have the relative weight of economies are shifting, and with it, the relative weight of the political influences. Technology is also both a trend and, in a way, and it's not an event, but it's a, there is a sharpness about some of it, particularly the AI bit. So you have trends, you have events, but most important, you have the foundation of the global order actually at some point saying, guess what? I've had enough of the order which I myself helped to invent. And now I think I'm going to set about it in a very different way.
And what does that mean for Asia? Asia is big. It's growing in terms of its weight and heft in the global scheme of things. This is where wealth is being generated, new wealth is being generated. But there is also diversity and divisiveness within the diversity that is Asia. And you mentioned China's rise, I think, is certainly part of that challenge. But looking at the Asian continent overall, what does this mean, that churn of the foundation of geopolitics for Asia? How is Asia going to evolve?
Well, I know you call the Asia Society, but that doesn't mean all of Asia has a similar position. I think within Asia, there are actually a very, very diverse, very complex set of reactions. I think different countries would, each one, exactly your starting point. Those in Asia who are treaty allies will look at it differently. Those who have what they perceive to be very sharp competitive edges to the relationship with US will look at it differently. Those who believe that, well, maybe in all these changes, there are opportunities lurking out there, which if you can exploit it intelligently, may offer you possibilities, will look at it differently. I think some of the, energy producers in the Gulf may look at it very differently. So I would say really it's a very bespoke answer you're looking for. I think everybody would really be kind of coming at it very, very differently. And in a way, we have all of the above. I mean, there would be each part, not just of Asia, but each part of the world would be gauging this foundational shift from its particular relationship to the foundation and to the larger environment, and calculating, saying, what are the challenges and opportunities, what are the costs and benefits, what are the risks and possibilities in this. So I think the diversity of Asia does not allow me to give you a single uniform answer. Clearly, there will be, strategic, I would say, in a sense, security shifts. Clearly, there will be technology, interplays out there. In many ways, a lot of what is driving the shift will also impact some parts of Asia. I mean, we are looking today at more industrial policy, at tariff wars, if you would, tariff impositions at least. You are looking at much stronger export controls. So it's not just a foundation which is shifting. That shifting foundation has a worldview which is significantly different from the earlier foundation on which some parts of Asia particularly profited enormously and may now no longer do so.
And in this mix, I think India is looked upon as having had a very agile, pragmatic approach to this churn.
Thank you very much.
Minister, you were there at the inauguration of President Trump to lay the foundation for what turned out to be a very successful visit by the Prime Minister to Washington, and came out with a statement. Just looking at the outcome, it's so substantive. It just touches so many aspects of this growing bilateral relationship between the United States and India, including now cooperation in the defense sector, and agreement to work towards a trade, not a free trade agreement, but a trade agreement nonetheless. I understand that the US delegation is here to kickstart that negotiation. So I remember that moment many years ago when the RCEP was being finalized, and the summit meetings that gathered to finalize this and signed on to it. And Prime Minister Modi was the one who could not sign on to it.
Correct.
And that was a disappointment for the group. But I think from the Prime Minister's point of view, you understood the difficulties of signing on to that at that particular moment. But since then, there has been many bilateral trade agreements worked out, and now you're working towards one with the United States. How do you see this unfolding, and does this mean a fundamental shift in India's trade policy toward openness rather than the traditional, protect my industry kind of a position?
Let me, for the sake of clarity, separate the questions into two parts. One was going to Washington and what did we agree on, and the other part, the trade set of issues. When we went to Washington in February, when Prime Minister went, and the discussions that he had with President Trump, I think overall our assessment was that we saw many changes which were, which suited us, or which in some ways formed a convergence on which we could build upon. Let me give you a few examples. Let's take defense. We saw a president who was much more open and much more active in terms of building a security defense partnership, and much more forthcoming about American technology possibilities. Our own experience in the first term, in his first term, was that he personally took an interest in ensuring that some of the platforms which we had an interest in, which we wanted, which were sort of meandering their way somewhere through American bureaucracy, that he stepped in and made sure that this happened. This time around, we certainly heard a recognition that there has to be a better way of engaging partners. If there are countries who respect and recognize the value of American technology and want to acquire it, and there should be easier pathways than the current one. So we certainly expect a more substantial level, higher quality defense relationship as a result. A second area of interest for us was energy. For a country like India, whose imports are overwhelming, how to make sure that there's a stable, reasonable, predictable energy environment is something which is crucial for our long-term growth and development. Now, we saw a president who clearly had an interest in ensuring that energy availability was more, energy flows were more diverse, that countries like India could have more choice than we currently do. We, had some decades ago started, well, about a decade ago, started importing LNG from the US. But for various reasons, the business stayed at a certain level. We have interest in increasing it because, the US is a very, very stable supplier.
Yes.
So we found from the energy perspective, a very positive administration. I would also say we had a good discussion on the tech world. I think there was a recognition that because, you know, big tech, big tech is today, the success of big tech is essential to make America great again. There is a connection between the two. And I think big tech recognizes the importance of mobility and talent flows and the importance of partnerships, because obviously everything in the tech world can't happen in America. So how do you create reliable supply chains? How do you have trusted vendors, trusted partners, transparent partners? I think these were issues on which again we saw a great deal of understanding and positivity. Uh, on trade, we had a very open discussion. And the result of that discussion was that the Prime Minister and the President agreed that we would conclude a, you rightly said, not a free trade agreement, but a bilateral trade agreement by fall this year. And that is what is currently under discussion. We have a team here, by the way, they're not, it's not that they are kicking off the discussion. My colleague, the trade minister, the commerce minister was in the US last month. And since then, actually, we've been working the trade account through through virtual means. So there's a very active and intense trade discussion going on at this point of time. So this brings me to the trade part of what you asked. Look, we did not sign RCEP for this reason. We, through the RCEP discussions, we continuously sought protections and safeguards because we had apprehensions about a surge of imports, essentially spurred by non-market and subsidy support. We didn't get it. You know, the RCEP partners did not take our concerns seriously. And at the end of the day, finally, forgive my saying it, presented us with a take it or leave it situation. We left it. So, and I think today, if you ask people, at that time when we did it, perhaps opinions were a bit more divided. Today, I think there's a much stronger consensus that not joining RCEP for a country like India was a wise decision, because see, the nature of RCEP is a supply chain architectured system where rules of origin have very limited meaning. I mean, they can't be verified in the way in which it used to be before. So the way the flows would come at us, I mean, already we are today struggling with some very serious adverse trade balances. There are deep concerns in this country about the hollowing out of our industrial capacity. We believe that we're getting, again, a lot of unfair competition out of economies east of India. So for sake of diplomacy, I will not take names. And I think all these were factors into our thinking.
And getting back to the, this energy in defense industry, security cooperation with the United States, traditionally for defense industry cooperation, your main partner was Russia. And that was a point of tension, as I recall, with the United States. But the relationship between the United States and Russia has taken a dramatic turn. So has that tension now been eased?
Well, I am not sure I would quite call it a tension. India was importing defense equipment from the United States till 1965. It was the United States which cut off India in 1965. It was the United States thereafter which did not resume sale of defense equipment to India from 1965 till 2006, barring one exception. So, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, if India turned to Soviet Union and thereafter to Russia, to a large extent, it was a situation also created by the United States, which actually consciously had a policy of not supplying military equipment to India. So if they didn't want to sell it to us, I mean, that cannot then become a complaint against us. So they changed their policy in 2006, 2005, 2006, and then it resumed. So, and now it was not that we bought only from Russia. In that same period, if you look, we bought planes from UK, we bought from France, we bought equipment from Germany, we bought from Israel. We had, the Indian military or the Indian defense system would like at any given time to have multiple options and pick what it considers to be in its interest. The US took itself out of this option game. It brought itself back into the option game. If you are now an option, it's a multipolar world, you've got to compete.
Your point about multipolar world, when you came to Asia Society in the fall last year, you said multipolar Asia is necessary for both the Asian century and for a multipolar world.
Yes.
Right? The world has changed rather dramatically since then. Has that idea of a multipolar world, multipolar Asia, crystallized, become more concrete, changed? How many poles are you talking about?
Let's go to the multipolar world first and then Asia later. What is the underpinning? What's the basis for this concept? It is that the world is fundamentally diverse. There will be, multiple centers of production, of consumption, of political influence, of capabilities. So inherently, the world should be multipolar. Because if you have 200 odd countries, like 200 minus countries in the world, surely it cannot be that one country or two countries or three countries have the right or frankly, even the ability to control the 190 odd countries. So to me, you can say when we didn't use the word multipolar, the earlier conversations, we are actually looking at a very a distorted phase in the world's history, which was coming out of colonialism, then sliding into the Cold War, where a few countries of the colonial period and the Cold War period asserted their hegemony by actually making that hegemonic circumstance look like a normal. So, in fact, we should have been asking ourselves, we are 200 of us. Why are two or three countries, how do they have the right and how do they have the ability to control the others? So, at some stage, the democratization of the world started happening. It started happening because as colonialism ended, other countries picked up their economies. Economies grew, politics capabilities grew along with it. So over a period of time, I would argue normalcy is returning. A multipolar world is the norm. It is actually the true statement of the diversity of 190 something countries in the world. A unipolar, bipolar, limited polar is actually a distortion.
So multipolar in the sense of not three, not four, but many.
Yes, many, because, and again, it's important because often the reality and frankly the viability, the utility, the merits, the virtue of having an Asia which is multipolar as well is sometimes not that sharply realized outside Asia. So it is, if you can't say the rest of the world should reflect its diversity, and by the way, Asia should somehow be exempt from it. Asia is actually the most diverse continent.
Yes.
If any part of the world should be multipolar, it should start with Asia.
But you also said, yes, there are multiple poles of agency and influence, but your statement, I remember, is that the future of Asia will very much be influenced by the bilateral relations between the two big powers in Asia, India and China, right? And I think that has been your
No, it's not an original statement of mine. I mean,
but
I think a
so
lot of
we
other
have
people
to,
have been saying it for 50 years.
but we have to then discuss India China.
Sure.
As you said, it's a difficult one. There was a military clash that's now been managed. You said it was de-escalation going into disengagement the last time you spoke. I heard you spoke on this.
The
It's
other
the
way
other way
around.
around. Okay. So how do you see this key bilateral relations unfolding under this geopolitical context of churn? And how does India exercise its tremendous agency to lead in a way that, is strengthens the peace and dynamics for peace and co-prosperity in Asia and the world?
Um, we had a war with China in 62. It took us 14 years after that to send back an ambassador. It took us 12 more years for a Prime Minister of India to visit that country. And from 1988, there was a certain understanding between India and China on the basis of which the relationship was rebuilt. Okay. We obviously couldn't solve the problems in most of all the boundary issue, but we built a relationship with managed it. There were dialogues and negotiations going on while other parts of the relationship grew. Okay. The economic relationship grew, there were more exchanges, people went up, the rest. And even on the boundary, in fact, we had a series of agreements which laid out in great detail protocols on how to manage the boundary, how to deploy, how to ensure that something accidental doesn't happen. All the while, negotiations were going on to find a solution to the boundary issue. Now, from then, let us, if we use 1988 as a starting point, till 2020, while we had had incidents along in the boundary, in the border areas, we had not actually had bloodshed. The last bloodshed was 45 years before 2020. Okay. So what happened in 2020 was actually very traumatic for the relationship. It wasn't just the bloodshed, it was the disregard of written agreements. Because this isn't a gray area we are talking about. I mean, the departure from the terms of what was agreed to was very sharp and very substantial. Now, through this period, I mean, obviously it took us, I mean, we're still dealing with some parts of this. So it's not like the issue has completely gone away. We felt that, I mean, obviously it called for a military response on India's side, which happened. There was a counter deployment by us. But we also felt that the way forward was to find a negotiated outcome. And that's what we've been trying to do since 2020. Now, the answer to your question is, we don't think this period serves the interests of either India or China. How do we benefit by having a very tense relationship with that a large number of troops out there at very hostile environment, and all the collateral damage which it has done to the relationship? Because obviously, if peace and tranquility in the border areas were disturbed, then the rest of the relationship can't go on as normal. So I mean, in terms of, I would say, principles or concepts, we have basically made 2 points, which is differences should not become disputes, and that competition should not become conflict. That We can differ on many issues.
Yes.
We do compete on many issues.
Mhm.
But because we compete doesn't mean that there should be a conflict between us. We are very realistic about it.
Mhm.
You know, so we know that between India and China, there will, at least in the foreseeable future, there will be issues.
Mhm.
But there are ways of addressing those issues.
Yes.
And what happened in 2020 was not the way to address those issues. So right now, we feel that from October of last year, the relationship has seen some improvement. We are working on different aspects of it. I've met my counterpart a few times, so have my other senior colleagues. And what we are trying step by step is to see if we can rebuild, undo some of the damage which happened as a result of their actions in 2020, and we can rebuild the relationship. And we genuinely, sincerely think that this is in our mutual interest. That if one looks at that 2020 to 25, 2020 to 25, I think it was a period which did not serve them well, and it did not serve us well.
Mhm. Minister, uh, your your statement that differences should not become disputes, competition should not become conflict, should be the bywords that diplomats all over the world should be exercising their craft in these very difficult days. But we have 10 minutes. The minister has to leave at 6:45 sharp. So I apologize for not giving the audience an opportunity to address questions to the minister, but we have 10 minutes. So maybe I will take 3 questions and together, and then make them short, please. Identify yourself, short questions, and we will give the rest of the time to the minister to respond. Please, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. First thing, sir, I'm a great fan of yours. And
question, please.
Yeah, sir. Thanks for
Unless you're
representing it.
questioning
Yeah.
that.
Sir, in terms of trust framework, I just want to understand from you, sir. I represent TCS. So from the technology point of view, sir, I just wanted to, take your insights on how do you see this framework going ahead, and also addressing the key issues of workforce migration. Thank you, sir.
The tech agreement with the US, yeah. The young lady. Oh.
My name is Neha, and the question is that we've seen a significant regional integration in the last couple of years, trade integration, and a lot of organizations have sort of called out the potential on regional commitments and integration for climate change. I just wanted to get your response if that really is something that you see as a potential in today's world. It was something that we had taken for granted in maybe, world 3 months ago, but is that something that you're seeing currently as well?
Did you? Okay. Maybe we'll go to this far side with the lady in red, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Shriparna Pathak, an associate professor of international relations. So I have one question. Given the fact that in the Indo-Pacific, challenges keep increasing, there are these mullings that there'll be a Quad strategic alliance. Would India be willing to join the Quad?
Quad. So there are 3 questions. I have to be a little bit preferential. I think
I can do one thing. I can do this, and maybe given the time, maybe we can do one more round.
Okay,
huh?
great.
Okay.
Great.
So I owe you. Let me the first question. Look, here's the reality of the tech world. There is a very sharp polarization in the tech world, and it's from the nature of this particular data-based tech world that we are talking about. And we saw this build, I'd say, in the last 10 years. It was a very intense debate in telecom, for example, but I think it's now pervaded well beyond. So when we come to semiconductors, AI, etc., we are going to see a very strong national security filter, which countries are going to put in terms of who they do business with. Obviously, those more powerful will be able to sort of influence the nature of the relationships more effectively. So uh, we, we must understand that the kind of optionality which was there in a world of manufactured goods is not necessarily there anymore when goods have embedded data in them. Okay, so you can't now play all sides against each other all the time. There will be times when you can, there'll be times when you can't. The part which will also matter is talent, because there's a between the demand and the demography, there are big gaps. Almost in every significant tech playing landscape today, there are talent gaps there, which uh, which are easier filled than, I mean, easier said than done in terms of filling it. But it is today a big factor relevant to India. So when we look today, we have, even with Europe, we have something called the Trade and Technology Council, which actually at the end of the day is looking at trusted talent, and it's looking at, technology controls in a way. So we are going to get increasingly into these conversations with the US, with Europe, perhaps with some other geographies. And we'll have to see what frankly suits our national interests best and where our opportunities are the most. On your question, if I understood it rightly, what you are asking me is, in climate change, can we do regional arrangements? Did I understand you right? Yeah. Uh, I don't, well, in a way, we have tried to think bigger than even region by tabling, by initiating the International Solar Alliance or the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure or the Global Biofuels Alliance. I think there is a lot of room for international initiatives, because particularly from SIDS, the Small Island Developing Stage, we hear this again and again that they're being left out, that between conferences nobody actually pays attention to them. So how do you develop their capacities, because they face some very fundamental shortcomings, but even with others. So I would argue, on the one hand, there is space for international initiatives related to climate action. I would also argue that there are regional understandings. For example, we are going to be going to BIMSTEC next week. Now, we think something like, organization like BIMSTEC should be looking at climate action. So I would, rather than say, can there be I would put climate action as an agenda point for regional groupings, because I think today it's important enough, whether it's bilateral, international, or regional, it needs to be there. On the Quad issue, we are happy with the Quad.
That's very good.
You mentioned about from the east of our country, there has been practices that are not quite kosher, from manufacturing driven, hollowing out other countries' manufacturing. But in the process, so much capacity has been built up and is continuing to get built up. For other countries to change the supply chain, it takes time. During this process, what is the best way investment flows and the entrepreneurs should be thinking about to deal with the massive mercantilism that's still going on and probably unstoppable?
Yes, Minister, we'll take two more questions. The gentleman and then the young lady, please.
So I'm J.S. Deepak, former ambassador to WTO and now with Bharti Enterprises. So there's a growing feeling that India is today prepared to do a deep trade agreement on the FTA with all countries other than China and the US. We took a courageous decision to walk out of RCEP to protect our industry. Now on the anvil of trade discussions with the US, the problem would be in the agriculture sector, sir. Part of our entitlement of tariffs are under attack. But one thing which gets neglected is that we've got these entitlements as a balance to large agriculture subsidy entitlements of the US and Europe and Japan. If the narrative is going to be to reduce tariffs in the name of reciprocal tariffs or otherwise, without adjusting subsidies, our farmers, especially in poultry, dairy, food grains, are likely to be at a loss because not only does the US have a large subsidy entitlement, they have the structure where they can put all the subsidy on a single product. So US can put 12,000% of the cost of production subsidy on cotton, and that could be difficult for farmers in India.
Yes, the final question.
So was there a question there?
Yes, sir. How do we protect ourselves in the light of the coming trade negotiation?
Okay.
Hello, Soumya Mundra from JP Morgan. Does India have a 50-year strategy? And what are the most driving forces to thematically shape them?
50 years.
Yes.
Your question in a way flows into the next question. Yes, I think everybody in the world today is cognizant of what are the ongoing challenges today in terms of, the flow of goods and how your markets are going to deal with potential imports. Particularly where there is a market, there's a subsidy or a market distortive aspect to it. Here, in a way, is an answer. Look, by and large, India's FTAs are with countries east of India, by and large. It was with ASEAN, it was with Japan, Korea. Australia is east of India, but it's a different kind of economy. In many ways, these are also economies which are competitive. So the paradox is our early options were also the ones who are the most competitive. Now, there are reasons why that happened. Now, today we are engaged with 3 other important negotiations. FTAs with UK and EU, and a BTA, bilateral trade agreement with the US. One can look at this partly, obviously one has to look at it primarily economically, but to some extent, they are in many fields perhaps less competitive and more complementary. Not entirely so. Our colleague there flagged some issues which are real and worthy of consideration. But how to get a balance in our trading agreements is also an issue, because it's partly an issue of trade. It's partly an issue of where is potential for growth, because the economies east of us have not given us that much room for actually growth of our trade. If you look at really how we have been able to use those FTAs, it's not a great story. The expectation is maybe the economies, these, for example, have greater room for untapped growth out there. So there is today, I think, a prospect of, because these agreements are very serious, they're quite advanced. Certainly UK and EU has been on the table the longest. UK has moved fairly fast. US has been very intense in the last 1 month. So we'll have to wait and see whether actually you have a new set of very big agreements, which will have obviously economic consequences, but something larger than that. Deepak, on your issue, look, I think people do know, are cognizant of many of the issues which you have raised. Now, how do we do it? I mean, you know better than me, there are trade negotiators at work. You have been one yourself. That these are people who know our interests. I have every confidence that, they will negotiate what is the best possible deal for us. So I would, while noting the concern, I wouldn't prejudge the outcome. I would wait and see really what happens in terms of our ability to reach an understanding with the United States. But I don't believe that a problem should in itself be an insuperable obstacle, because there is a sound business case for a BTA with the US. I mean, bear in mind, in the first Trump administration, actually, our trade negotiators and theirs spent a lot of time actually trying to do a limited deal. Part of the reason, I suspect, when I look back on it, was they were very confident that they'll come back into the second term. So they didn't, push it with that kind of urgency, which they could have. And then, COVID came in between, etc. So a trade agreement with the US is actually conceptually not new. I mean, what is new is possibly the scale and, maybe the urgency with which we are doing it now. But the idea that you have such an agreement was something which was very much alive in the Trump first administration. The third question, do we have a 50-year plan? It's not an easy question to answer, but I think you have certainly today a government which thinks in terms of 2047, that's 100 years of our independence, and says, okay, can we set strategies and can we set goals and targets for where we would be in 2047? So it's not like, a plan can't come top down. I mean, to some extent, it has to be an extrapolation of where we are going. In fact, the very subjects we are discussing, I mean, if we were to be honest with ourselves, part of where we have come up short has been, we neglected manufacturing. A lot of things which should have been doing in the last 30 years, we didn't do. So how do you remedy that? Put new, new objectives and new conditions in place. So you look, for example, at the infrastructure change which has happened in the last decade. Now, without that infrastructure change, actually, you would not be competitive in terms of manufacturing. But just infrastructure is not going to make us competitive. You will also need to invest heavily in education and skills. So there's a whole, it's health and nutrition, it's education and skill, it's infrastructure. It is the kind of support that you give to your industry. It is the kind of policies you have to your agriculture, that everybody else protects their agriculture, but somehow if we do something for our farmers, it's seen as unfair. So how do you build actually a set of policies which would create a much stronger foundation for that goal? And I think right now 2047, because countries often pick a year which resonates with the population. If you tell people saying, look folks, this is where we need to be by 2047, they get it, because 2047 means something to them. And I can tell you, it's not just a slogan or a phrase in a political speech. I think in many ways, different, I would say, parts of the government, of the economy, are working towards where, try to think a generation ahead.
Thank you. I see the minister's assistants looking very antsy because we're way over time. So let me just conclude here with a huge amount of thanks to you, Minister. But Inakshi will close out the event's proceedings with a final word.
Thank you. On behalf of
Very
Asia
detailed
Society
answer.
and the
Very
Asia
educational,
Society
as
Policy
always.
Institute, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us here this evening. Thank you to both Ambassador Kang and to Dr. Jaishankar for lending us your insights and your time. It's clear today that in the balance of global power, economics is not separate from policy. We are more interconnected than ever. Asia's positionality in the world includes its economy, its policy, and its culture, 100 moving parts. At a time when Asia is articulating what it means to be a global power, and global relationships are changing dynamically and continuously. It's more important than ever to have the right interpreters help us understand our place in the world. Dr. Jaishankar, you're at the forefront of shaping the foreign policy of India today. And Dr. Kang, you have similarly shaped South Korea's position looking outward. And we are now so delighted to have you lead Asia Society's global footprint. Thank you very much for lending
Next
us
time
your
when you're
time and
here, please
insights.
keep us in mind.
We hope to continue to rely on you for your perspectives, your guidance, and your support. Equally, it's wonderful to have all of you, dignitaries, academics, thinkers, and business leaders here with us this evening. Thank you for being here, for contributing to the intellectual discourse, and for making this evening so special. My colleague Akshay and I look forward to working with you as we build Asia Society and Asia Society Policy Institute's footprint in Delhi and in India. I'd like to also acknowledge and thank Barclays, a member, friend, and supporter of Asia Society, for collaborating with us this evening, and a special vote of thanks to the Imperial Hotel for their impeccable hospitality and service. I hope to see all of you at future Asia Society convenings as well in the coming months. Please do linger on for a bit and join us for cocktails, meeting old friends and new. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Tech side. Many years ago, when I was approximately your age, and I was doing my PhD, I focused on the impact of nuclear technology on politics, on diplomacy, on international relations. Because at that point of time, we are now talking mid-70s here, at that point of time, I was understandably led to believe that there's going to be nothing as big as nuclear technology when it comes to changing the world. I mean, this is the ultimate. I mean, this is like that the term didn't exist then. This was like an end of history kind of change. Today, when I look at the potential implications of AI, nuclear technology is a walk in the park. So, because nuclear technology at the end of the day impacted power balances, it impacted, well, to some extent energy, it impacted who was up, who was down. It did not impact our daily lives. It did not impact the way we think, we behave, we relate, we project. So I can tell you, when I think of Raisina at 15, I can't even imagine it. I mean, that's how big a change, I would say. And the third, I still came away with that feeling, my third takeaway was, look, at the end of the day, we are a diverse world. I mean, I see the diversity in front of me. We are, yes, we are all inhabitants of the planet, but we have our history, we have a culture, we have a language, we have our faith. it's important to recognize that. You know, if you uh, sort of erase it or you level it, in a way, it's almost disrespectful of everything that human history has achieved. So for me, the the diversity of the world today, the the technology, the cusp at which we stand today, and that enormous sense of change, those would be my three takeaways.
And three things that surprised you or perplexed you at the dialogue? Could be a panel, could be an incident, could be someone just walking up to you.
Well, look, I attended some panels. I was meeting all my counterparts. I mean, other ministers and senior people journey here. It's only reasonable that you spend time with them. So I probably didn't attend as many panels as many of you would have done. So if you're asking me, okay, which speaker or what was the most, I won't say unexpected, but novel,
Surprising. Surprising.
to watch a Japanese speaker being so immensely provocative, that was surprising. I think most of you know which panelist,
Session you're talking
which
about.
session I was talking about. And in a way, that's the upside down world in which we are living. Uh, I had an interview recently with the Financial Times, and one of the thoughts which came to it was a freewheeling conversation, but one of the thoughts which came to my mind was, I told the guy after we had our first masala dosa that, multipolar world used to be the Indian talking point. Today it's the American talking point. We used to hear, it's terrible to abstain on an important issue like Ukraine. I just saw a UN Security Council resolution where the Americans and Russians voted together, and the Europeans, the Brits and the French abstained.
Mm.
So, there could be others as well. I mean, when I look back at our own history, there was a time when the Western world used to think Indians are very preachy. I think today we think it's the other way around. So we pride ourselves as the pragmatic, realistic people who get things done. So the world's not what it used to be.
So what are the three big changes? Look, I'm staying with three here.
I would say change number one is the country, the most, I mean, use whatever word you want to, most important country, but certainly quantitatively, qualitatively, the most influential country, the United States. When a country like the United States changes so profoundly, I think there's no part of the world which is not going to feel its impact, and no domain or dimension which is going to be impervious to that change. So I think the change in America is a very, very fundamental change. I mean, you may like it, you may not, that's a different matter. But we have to recognize that change has happened. The second change, to my mind, is a much more gradual one, which is the relative weight of countries. If you look at the world like a shareholding, the distribution of shares has changed, over time. So if you were to draw up a practical list of, okay, which are the 20 most important countries 80 years ago after the Second World War, 60 years, 20 years after that, 20 more years after that, I think you can see actually that change happening every 2 decades, 3 decades. 2 decades, definitely you will see some ups and downs. That's more of a trend. And, there's China, there's India, there are others. Relatively speaking, the influence of the Western world has been balanced off by many others. So in that sense, we have today the makings of a multipolar world, or a much more diverse and balanced world. And to me, the third change is that there is actually a very intense backlash to globalization. Not the reality of supply chains which are transnational, but globalization as an ideological conviction and agenda, where you can have private, it's like if there can be private equity in ideology. A set of players say, we own the world. We are the masters of globalization. And we will tell you what is right and what is wrong and what is good and what is not. And we will decide the cultural correctness of this world. And I think today you're seeing that backlash. It's not just a backlash in America. It's not just, Brexit or, left-wing, right-wing politics. I can tell you, as a person who travels, to practically every continent across the world, I spend half my year out of the country. There's that feeling is very pervasive in Africa and Latin America and the Pacific Islands, that people want their identity, their diversity to be recognized. They don't think it's a flat world. And definitely, because a flat world means somebody out there controls it. They don't like that.
Great. So and I'm going to come to all of you, and I'm going to take one question from each side of the room. And like I said, please don't repeat the question or belabor the point that you want to make. And remember, we have tried and get 10, 15, 20 of you. We want it to be quick, fast, rapid. No speeches, only questions. No sermonizing, only questions. Right? And that's the and please don't read off a phone, speak from your mind. Ask the question that comes to you. Please don't give me prepared text. I'm not interested in speeches. Okay, so let's start with you first.
Thank you, Samir. My name is Marina Domushkina. Thank you for having me third year in a row. I've been alumna and I've been young fellow in 2023. Minister, last year you wrote a really important book, Why Bharat Matters. Also, thank you for signing. And there was a great clip about India being a peacemaker and not taking the sides. So the question is very relevant. Where do you see India's role right now in the current peacemaking, and what it would be? Would it be a peacekeeping forces maybe? Would it be a contribution to confidence building measures? And I will end here because I think that India should play a role because it's a global power in your side, in Indo-Pacific and in Asia in general. So please elaborate, and thank you for having me again. And I hope this question will still bring me next year.
She's a alumni from Ukraine. She was there in 23, and she's very dear. So,
I think the word you used, peacemaker, is a very strong word. Let me put it, or let me describe what we have tried to do. We have always believed, that this conflict in Ukraine is tragic. It will not have a good ending. People are dying, for reasons and purposes which, when we look back, as we have looked back on many other conflicts where there have been high casualties, you actually ask yourself, why did we let that happen? So we've always felt it's important to find, a negotiated way. And a negotiated way obviously has to be a negotiation between the parties. So we have tried on one side to, to speak to the Russian leadership. On the other hand, to engage the Ukrainian leadership, to tell one that, it cannot be resolved by war, and to tell the other that, look, you have to talk, you have to engage the other party by lining up everybody else in the world other than the other party. You're not going to get a solution. So we have been in favor of not just negotiations, but actually, direct negotiations, you can say, in a way. We think that's the way. But if I put that aside, at the, in a sort of larger sense, we have tried to take a common sense position. A common sense position that this war must end. It is disastrous, obviously, for the two parties concerned, but it is hugely damaging for the rest of the world. And we see today that positions we took in 22, 23, which quite honestly were not exactly applauded in every part of the world, there's much greater acceptance today. And in that sense, I mean, there are episodes where we've tried to help on the Black Sea grain corridor. I think last year I spoke about
I was
it.
one of negotiators, so I know exactly. Thank you so
One
much
of
for
the
that.
negotiators for that.
Yeah. So look, I'm not going into that. I think at the end of the day, there has to be a global common sense approach to this conflict. And the global common sense approach has to be that there has to be a negotiation. And ultimately, other than the parties, it's for the parties and, anybody else who has the ability to influence that negotiation to take a position. But eventually people feel, okay, India contributed by awakening common sense about a conflict, about a very tragic and a very bloody conflict. I think we would have done some good.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Samir, for the invitation, and thank you, sir, for having us here. Another question from Ukraine. My name is Irina Krasnoshtan, and this will continue this conversation. You have highlighted the special role that India has, speaking both to Ukraine and Russia, and you have also spoken about, tragic consequences of the war. One of them is that there are thousands of children that are deported to Russia, Ukrainian children. Do you think that India, in this very unique role, can play a role in getting these kids back to Ukraine?
Look, a conflict like this has many dimensions, many aspects of it. I don't know if I really can comment on a particular aspect of it. Obviously, if children have got separated, that itself is a very is a cause for enormous distress. But I would say right now there's a kind of a big issue which needs to be resolved. If that big issue is resolved, when there is a conflict of this magnitude, you're not going to fix it by fixing parts of the problem. You're going to fix it by fixing the main problem, and then the parts will, different aspects of it will happen. But I understand the concern that you have expressed.
Your question, please. No, go ahead. Now, listen, I want some non-Ukraine questions. I want to mix questions as well. So those with different questions, please come forward. Yeah, go
Very
ahead.
different.
Yeah.
Hello, Senate. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Last year, I asked you about the agenda of foreign policy after the election, and you make laugh about me last year.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
so maybe this year you can tell me what exactly is the agenda of foreign policy for India. And as a researcher on India and Israel, I'm interested in studying new trends in India's foreign policy. In your point of view, what areas India global engagement will be important to deeper research?
It's a bit of a problem when people throw at you what you said last year, especially if you don't remember what you said last year. It's even more awkward if people quote you and you're not exactly sure what you wrote or said. But having said that, look, what is our agenda?
So you're left with me twice.
Yeah. No, but what is our agenda? At the end of the day, we are a large country. Uh, we are a country which has had its problems, its, I would say, difficult periods in our history. And today we see the prospect for great growth. We see decades ahead of sustained growth in this country. We look at the world as an opportunity. We look at the world very optimistically. We think there are partners and possibilities in this world, and that more we engage the world, the greater will be the growth at home. So in many ways, almost everything we do in foreign policy, to me, has to have some impact or some relevance at what is happening in terms of national development at home. Now, it doesn't mean that we are not interested in shaping the world, because considering how interconnected the world is, what happens at home and what happens abroad, the line is a very thin line. So most of all, like any country, we focus on the neighborhood. The neighborhood, as is often the case, can have its challenges. It also has its relationships and its strengths. I think overall today we have a much more integrated, much more connected, much more, in a way, a stronger sense of solidarity and commonness in our immediate neighborhood. Then we have extended neighborhoods in all four directions: in the Gulf, in Southeast Asia and ASEAN, in Central Asia, and in the South, in the Indian Ocean territories. And we want to bring the extended neighborhoods much closer to us, which it's not a rhetoric. I mean, you got to do things to make that happen. When you look beyond, it's a world of big powers. It's very important to have good relations with all of them to get an optimal positioning. Sometimes it's easy. The faraway ones are often less of a problem. That's a simple correlation between geography and politics. Sometimes the ones more proximate are the ones with whom there's more competition. But how do you manage the equation among big powers and between big powers and ourselves? That's the next level. And today, I mean, if I were to think of a 2030, because we sort of have a vision of 2047. 2047 is now 22 years away from us. So how do I, plan for, where will I be? I have to imagine it and prepare for it. And I do think that we will have a much bigger, much broader global footprint. So I am preparing today for a Latin America and a Caribbean and a Pacific Island and a West Africa and a Mongolia, which may not be proximate, which may not be that big on my immediate priorities, but as a medium long term, it's a relationship that I need to have. So you've got to do the short, medium, long, all at the same time. And I think what happens, when you are a government, last year we had an election since all of us met last. To be a third-term government, you have the experience, I would say, the learnings of 2 terms. You know much more sure-footedly where you're going, the pace at which you're going, how you want to go. So I think we have that advantage today of people, who are in power for more than a decade. And I think that helps us really look ahead with a much more confident, long view of our prospects.
Thank you, Lauren. Let me know Christoph.
Yeah, I'm Christoph. I'm from Poland. Thank you very much for having us here. It's a great organization and great hospitality. That's the 2 things which rarely go together. So thank you very much for having us.
When someone praises so much, there's a difficult question coming.
No, it's very simple one, because I think that we are on the verge of the new nuclear era. There are many more countries who would like to develop the civil nuclear capabilities. including my country. There is a discussion about nuclear sharing, nuclear shields, and many more countries who would like to develop also the nuclear capabilities of their own. So given the history of India, how do you think it would impact the security of the world to come?
I'm sorry, what do you do?
I'm in the think tank and I used to be in the government.
Which government?
Polish government.
Okay. You know, I'm asking you this because interestingly, I was discussing it with one of my colleague ministers today. The problem today, yesterday.
Polish
whatever.
one?
No, he isn't here. So
I mean, the question here was, do you have a listening device, not the identity?
So I'll tell you something very, very ironical. I began my interest, my profession almost like a nuclear proliferation analyst. Okay, that's what my MPhil and my PhD were on. In the 1960s and 70s, there was something called proliferation literature. It was an industry in itself. Okay, it's very interesting if you look at the, say, 72, 73, 74, which this post NPT, okay, starting from mid 60s till late 70s, there's a lot of literature on who are the likely proliferators. Actually, the people literature identified and the people who made the bomb were quite different. In the early 70s, there was a lot, even late, mid 60s, there was a lot of worry about Germany, Japan, Brazil, Argentina. You'd be surprised at some of the European countries whose programs were flagged at that time. Some of the East Asian countries whose programs were flagged. So it's today very instructive to read that or remember that, because at that time, the particularly USA and USSR, which then existed, found ways of dealing with this problem by extension of their protection, of their umbrella. So I would urge you to go back, just look at that literature. You may get some very interesting insights going back to the early years or the years before the NPT was actually signed.
You know, yesterday when we were in a off-the-record conversation.
You are on the record now, but go ahead. No, but go ahead, no problem.
We heard in that off-the-record conversation the possibility, I'm just sharing, I'm not mentioning who it was. Actually, in the Chatham House conversation, we did hear also through the conference about this moment being a moment where some of us in different parts of the world might be considering whether it might not be a bad idea to have that capability.
By whom?
By various countries, those who don't have nuclear capabilities. And, I mean, is that something that is serious, or is it just for you casual thinking?
No, you're getting me started because as I said, there's a whole
history to it.
No, there's a whole domain. There's an industry here. There was a proposition. There was at that time, particularly by Kenneth Waltz, in a sense that the more they are, the more balanced they would be, and there would be a complicated multi-nuclear
deterrence architecture.
Yes, correct. But the politics of the world did not accept that. They wanted to, they were uneasy with that, possibly with a reason. So essentially what you've had in reality is every time you've added a nuclear power, that nuclear power feels, okay, we are in now, no more. So it's one of those cases where success normally instills a desire to be the last passenger
on the bus.
Utkarsh. Good evening, sir. Thanks very much for your time. I am the founder of Network Capital and a PhD candidate at Oxford, where I study the space economy. I wanted to ask, how do you think new advancements in space will change India's approach towards international relations, and how might it shape the global world order?
Is this part of your research?
Sort of.
Well, look, you can already see that happening in different ways. I mean, you can see that happening in terms of communication. The whole idea that you can have a sustainable, viable communication system based in out of low orbit space assets today stands proven. It may be expensive, relatively speaking, but it still applies to some parts of the world or works, at least for premium payers in a way. So one part of it is commercial. I think a big part of it is non-commercial. Again, if you have the ability to, we used to talk of standoff weapons. Today you have people who fly drones thousands of kilometers. But the key is again the ISR, which you need there to locate targets. So, when we say that we are on the cusp of a big change, I think part of that is really the domain of space. Space has been relatively limited as a player in a competition on the ground. That is clearly about to change.
Ankush?
By the way, so is underwater.
Ankush.
Good evening, Ankush from India. Thank you, Arif, for this opportunity, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for joining us today. Over the past 2 or 3 days during this conference, we've seen a lot of questions being posed to the MEA officials about what is India's stance on various developments in countries that surround us. My question is slightly inward-looking. In your opinion, what can private individuals, private influential individuals and private institutions in India, what can they focus on, given what is happening outside, to make sure that India's stance in the global stage is strengthened? Thank you.
Look, it's not just India. I mean, in any country, a country is not just its government. Obviously, in foreign policy, it's primarily the government. But there's so much today which is done by entities outside the government. And there are countries where you have businesses which have become so big that they are almost as influential as the government themselves. I mean, so today in one of my panels, people mentioned some of these mega tech companies as such an example. I would say in India today, what can private individuals or civil society or private sector do? I think they can make a big difference because they do shape opinion, they do add to the thinking, they do help create options. Because when you talk of comprehensive national power, comprehensive national power doesn't mean the assets and the capabilities under the command of the government. In fact, a large part of CNP is outside the control, the literal control of the government. So we need, the stronger the sense of nationhood, the greater the commonality of purpose. And that's why it's very important, I feel, to explain national security and foreign policy within the country. That, there are, I've had examples, I don't want to go into it now, where people who have nothing to do with the government have done great services for the nation. And they did it on their own. I mean, they didn't even expect recognition or reward. But if they are motivated, they will and they can. So I think there's a kind of a collective spirit whose sort of strengthening really helps the country.
So we have only about 15 minutes. Can I collect 5 questions? Can you use the
In which case,
paper?
I'll have to write it down.
Yeah, just write down. I'll collect 5 questions and then I'll come back to you. So Rizo, let's start with you.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Minister. My question is related to Afghanistan. I'm from Afghanistan. India recently began engaging with the Taliban, and then Pakistan has also lodged complaints with the UN, or is planning to do it, for engaging with terrorist groups. Is your engagement with the Taliban purely about national security, or do you see a role for yourself, or do you see a role for India in helping foster a more stable Afghanistan and talking to them and cooperating with them in a pragmatic way that can give basic liberties to the people there as well?
Lilith?
Yeah, thank you. Lilith from Armenia. Honorable Minister, Armenia and Azerbaijan have recently announced the finalization of all points of the peace treaty, and with many countries, including US, Russia, Iran, and China, announcing their support for peace and calling on all actors to sign the agreement as soon as possible. And on the other hand, Azerbaijan simultaneously has escalated its rhetorics against Armenia. And since India maintains a clear position supporting the stability of the South Caucasus, do you see the possibility of India to issue its own statement in this regard?
Well, all of you are coming with very particular agendas, but go ahead. Igor.
Hello, I'm Igor. I'm an environmental and international economist from Russia. In some of your recent interviews, you said that India has never supported de-dollarization. Could you elaborate a little bit on this? Because de-dollarization have many different meanings, and there may be like creation of new artificial currency, like within BRICS, or there may be promotion of some alternative payment systems internationally, or there may be promotion of payments in national currencies. So what is Indian position on this?
You're talking about BRICS, right?
Sorry?
You were talking about BRICS.
Not only on BRICS. So you de-dollarization in general. What is the Indian position on this issue?
On
this issue, on the issue of de-dollarization.
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 Okay. Yeah. What is the Indian position on de-dollarization? I think he's probably responded to that 5 times, but he'll do it again. Don't worry. But I'm just saying I know the answer. So go ahead.
My name is Rufus from Nairobi, Kenya. I have a very specific question regarding the utility of summits on Africa, because this has become quite on the calendar of many countries. So maybe what is India's position in terms of the utility of these African summits? And because the last time that India had one with Africa was back in 2015, is there something being planned, and are they still fit for purpose? Thank you.
We have had 4, last one. I think let's get Yanita in. Let's get Yanita in. Let's yield. I want diversity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Samir. Such an honor, Minister. This is Meena from
Introduce
Malaysia.
yourself,
Yes, I'm an analyst with ISIS Malaysia, a think tank under the Prime Minister's office. I'd like to ask you, what do you think is the single most biggest challenge or impediment to India's deeper functional ties with ASEAN and Southeast Asian countries? Thank you so much.
Question. You can quickly ask one more. You can quickly ask one more, but thank you for your generosity.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just make it very quick. My day job is mergers and acquisitions. My question is directly related to the perception of various boards across the world about India. They're aware of India, but they do not know India. And that actually restricts a lot of risk capital to flow into India. I just want to quickly ask, is there a plan to accelerate how we market ourselves, and how can we create, let's say, India as a global market for
With
some of these?
with your specific community. With the big capital holders, right?
For the capital holders and also institutions, businesses to invest into India.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's enough.
Sure. So here are the responses. Yes, we engage Taliban, but 2 points here. One, Taliban is in control of Afghanistan. And 2, we would like to do something to help the Afghan people. And to help the Afghan people, we obviously have to engage whoever is in control. Now, since 2021, they went through a huge food crisis. We gave 500,000 tons of wheat. They had, during COVID, a vaccine crisis. We basically supplied the vaccines. They actually had a locust invasion. We gave the chemicals to deal with the locusts. There are today, there's a hospital in Kabul. There are other places, they have requirements of medicine. So here's a very practical proposition. if we have goodwill towards Afghan people, do we just, stand by and watch them go through a very difficult phase and say, well, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it? Or are we both, humane or, sympathetic and practical about it and say, let's find a way of helping them? I would suggest to you, we've taken the second course. We would like to keep that relationship with the Afghan people going, and that's really what is driving us. On the Armenia Azerbaijan negotiations, in fact, I just had the foreign minister of Armenia here recently. We have, look, again, we have taken the position that if countries have disputes, they should try and sort it out through negotiations without bloodshed. And if they have indeed reached an understanding, then we would intuitively, as with any other situation of dispute, we would rather that people discuss and resolve things than to sort it out or on the battlefield. So we do stand in favor of peaceful resolution. That's our position. It's not a secret. So when the occasion arises, I don't think we have any hesitation in making that known. On de-dollarization, look, this is not an ideological issue. It's not a national prestige issue. It's a very practical economic issue. There are many countries today who are having problems trading because they don't have access to hard currency. There are also concerns about the stability of the international economic order. And this international economic order, the most influential currency is obviously the dollar. So we have to ask ourselves a very sensible question. Do you want to add to the stability or you want to add to the instability in the world? So I'm very clear, I want to add to the stability at a time when the world economy is already under stress. So I don't see this, we have never seen this as a political issue. We have no political agenda against the dollar. I see this as a stabilization issue for the global economy. On the question from our Kenyan colleague about the Africa Summit, yes, we intended to hold the next Africa Summit, which was supposed to be actually 5 years initially after the first one. Unfortunately, we hit the COVID at that time. It didn't happen. Then we got into a very complicated conversation in Africa, where there was a divergence of view on how exactly Africa should be engaging us. So we wanted our African partners to resolve it among themselves. We are very keen to hold a meeting. My expectation is in the not very distant future, you will see an Indian-Africa meeting in some format which is obviously acceptable both to our African partners and to us. On the ASEAN, is there an impediment with ASEAN? Generally speaking, no. Physically speaking, yes. The biggest impediment I have right now is we're trying to build a highway through Myanmar, which will reach Thailand and then go on to Vietnam. If we can actually build that highway, believe me, it would be a game changer, because it would mean really a road maybe from Haiphong and Da Nang all the way to Calcutta and Delhi and wherever. So the land connectivity is a big challenge. We are working on that. To my mind, it will require us to look at the Myanmar situation in a very different way if we are to progress this particular initiative. Other than that, there are no impediments per se. I mean, we certainly think our trade and economic dealings will improve if the ASEAN would stop stalling on the review of the ITICA, the Goods and Trades Agreement, where they've been walking it very, very slowly. But there could be a bigger ambition. We have a bigger ambition. We would like them to have one as well. On the marketing India, I assume not just for the M&A community, but in a larger way. It is a big, I would say, it's a big focus for us. You would be surprised, or maybe not, on the extent to which today we spend time engaging, potential investors, economic players, domestically, internationally, as a way of getting them to understand our policies better. I think we are, we are still in a zone where especially foreign players want deeper engagement to get a better understanding. It's not self-explanatory. Sometimes countries reach that phase. A country like US or many of the other developed countries have had a track record long enough that you know what it is about. You don't need to go to the government and ask them questions about their policy stability or reform intentions for you to make an investment decision. I think we are still in that zone. We are conscious we are in that zone, and we are making efforts really to engage and to heighten the sense of confidence in the investor community.
Great. I think, Minister, we are 3 minutes over time. I had promised you 21:45. So let me thank you for doing this year after year, coming and spending time with us. And please applaud the Minister for his interventions and for taking the time. I hope this tradition continues. And I promise you, this is a very good media corps that put you through a grilling press conference, each of them carrying an agenda that they wanted you to respond to. And as always, you were quite open, frank, and responsive to them. So please enjoy the evening. Please enjoy the drinks. Please enjoy your food. But the minister will have to leave, and I will be back with you soon. We have a program across the room.
Will everybody be at the?
Yes, they will be watching the curtain call as well as the
So I guarantee you the musical performance out there.
Yeah. I mean, it was his pick, and we bought the musical.
So do come for that. I will be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.